Hello, Internet. Hello, Twitch. And even hello, YouTube. We're back at the Crescent City Cup here in New Orleans, Louisiana. We have 8 more games of Scrabble today. I'm Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, and I am joined by the one and only on time, Jesse Day. How's it going, Jesse? What are you excited for today?
Oh, it is going splendidly. I am excited for high quality Scrabble action,
Nice.
as I always am.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we're going to jump pretty much right into it here with Josh Castellano, who I believe is in first place, and Charles Ranke, I'm sorry, excuse me, Thomas Ranke, who I think is in second place-ish. We're going to play today only seeing part of Josh's rack. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, remarkably open. Well, we didn't need to see anything more
That's
than
true,
that
yeah.
because the tiles have hit the board. Did the timer freeze, or did Josh just move light speed?
He moved at light speed. There was really not much to think about there. That's just shouted.
18 seconds is not our record. I think we had a 14-seconder yesterday.
I think it was either 14 or 16, but it was definitely quicker than 18 for sure.
Yes, still a reasonable clip of over 4 points per second,
Yeah.
which is usually what you try to maintain.
Yeah. And it looks like Charles is okay. Fine.
Oh, very cool.
Thomas's tiles. Oh, I misread his letters. Cool. He just straight up has it. I thought he had an I. I was gonna make something along the lines of he almost has
Emadams.
Emadams. Nice.
Maybe we shouldn't talk about Emadams, but that's so we don't get banned from Twitch 1 minute into our stream. But he has seen the bingo there, and it's
yeah.
I think he's just making sure there's nothing preferable through one of the double letters.
Yeah.
With some of those obscure double M bingos, I think these players probably know just about the whole dictionary, but sometimes a matter of realizing you even have the chance to play something a little bit obscure. And he gives himself an extra pause and puts down edamames for 65 points.
And it's always the kind of word that'll give you pause because they both know what edamame is and know enough about the Japanese language to know that it's never quite clear if the English dictionary has allowed Japanese words to be pluralized with an S. In this case, yes. But you always have to do like a little double take with foreign words.
Right. Yeah. Some of them do not take S.
Yeah.
Although fewer of those in the world lexicon.
Yeah.
Is this a set of instructions for us? I'm not going to shout into the mic because I think I'm going to spare our listeners in the first round of the day. But
yeah,
it's kind of this is turning into a little story right here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm here for it, honestly. Let's see what the next couple plays bring us. See if it's a sign.
Hopefully it doesn't take a turn for the worse.
Yeah.
So here Josh has the first play where he has to allocate some thinking time. He doesn't just have bingo. Our players here are two of the top experts in North America. They've studied deep into the dictionary. You notice them with the perfectly alphabetical racks. That's how a lot of players study. And they will have drilled their muscle memory. They've been through hundreds of thousands of these combinations through some kind of spaced repetition program. And so they basically can just, you can almost feel it after a point, whether you have something or not. You see the pattern, you recognize it, and when you don't recognize it, well, then it's time to start digging for other plays.
Yeah. And when you recognize it and can't figure out what the word is, you start like bemoaning your brain and how old you've gotten. And
right. That's when it's time to be taking the glue factory.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, an interesting day yesterday. No player really managed to take much of a lead. So both of these players are at 6 and 2. I believe there's just a peloton, if you know cycling, where you have peloton, you have people who break away from the peloton. No one's broken away from that yet. It's really anyone's tournament. Even people who just won half their games yesterday at 4 and 4 can very reasonably win the tournament. Yeah. So this is going to be an interesting day because we're gonna find out who's going to break apart from the pack.
Yeah. Or maybe nobody, in which case it'll be super exciting going into tomorrow.
Is
Ganov?
Is that a word?
What? There's no way that's a word.
It doesn't look very wordy.
There's absolutely no chance that is a word.
Reminder that we're in the world lexicon today, so you might have caught us in with the North American lexicon yesterday,
There's no
and
way.
you see the head shake. So we're going to the challenge computer. Thomas's penalty for challenging this, if he was wrong, is only going to be 5 points.
Yeah.
So in other words, Josh just gets a little +5 bonus for his play. So the incentive here very much favors challenging anything you're remotely unsure about. And Ganav's is not good, and it comes immediately off the board. That's pretty. I can't say I expected that one, especially Josh really hovering towards the topmost experts in North America. That's an uncharacteristic mistake.
Yeah, I think his word knowledge does trend more towards the 7 and 8s, but that said, he had it spelled out, and I didn't think he was gonna do it, but yeah, well, maybe we'll say it's just the effect of being the first game of the day.
Yeah, Bourbon Street's Revenge or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I can tell you, having had dinner with Josh last night, he got really drunk. No, he didn't drink anything.
Yeah,
Actually,
it wouldn't be on brand exactly, but
yeah, I believe the last time that Josh did imbibe more than he would have preferred to was with us in Milwaukee in 2021.
oh boy, what a time!
And on one of those nights, Thomas Reinke was there too.
Yes,
So
what a great trivia factoid.
yeah.
Yes. So Thomas is one of a set of Scrabble playing twins,
There's 3 of them, right?
identical twins.
There's
Sorry,
three of them.
there are 3 ranking twins. You really blew my mind there for a second. But yeah, they're equally talented. They're both top North American experts, and frankly, hard to differentiate, even having known them for 20 years.
Yeah.
So Thomas takes advantage to play the cue pretty quickly, and he can do it very comfortably because having seen Josh's play, he's probably somewhat confident that Josh does not have an eye for QI, which is the thing you fear the most when you play something like QINS. It was probably the right play anyway, but he can play it pretty securely. And Argonon goes down as a response, which is a pretty nice play. Leaving a lone V is highly volatile.
Yeah.
And that's the only downside of it, but that's actually a very nice scoring play.
Yeah, it's interesting. If he had played that just in the first place and kind of had kept kind of the tempo lead, the V can be kind of nice. Obviously, you don't want to have a V, but he can do a little bit of board control as he builds up his next rack. So in this now it's worse because he's behind, or he's behind a tempo essentially. But we'll see. By the way, unshouted is good.
Unshouted, be shouted, be.
That sounds
that should be a word
like
as well.
Yeah.
Unshouted was not.
Unshout
something
is
I would
actually a
guess.
word. It's a verb, I guess.
Right. That rings a very faint bell.
Yeah. Something I feel like I probably knew at one point in my life.
Right. So Thomas, with that last play, did he leave CITO, CITO?
He left CITO, yeah.
So yeah, QINS was actually a setup there,
Yeah.
effectively, where if Josh doesn't play underneath QINS, which was very likely, then Thomas was guaranteeing himself a minimum of CITO for 37. He draws the Z. He almost could have had something really devastating, like I was going to say Zito, but it's something like
Very Zito.
Zite, Zite, could have gone down there for 57. So he doesn't quite get to maximally punish Josh for the phony, but he's in
37 is still pretty good.
very nice spot. I mean, he can play Zoris right now and Argonauts, but something I've learned, especially in Collins, is when you put the Z in the triple letter column, you usually give back most of the points that you accrue. So he's probably gonna, maybe you could think about something here like Zoic, making Zo and on. Looks pretty plausible to me.
Yeah, COZ if you really want to keep the vowel. But
how scared would you be about the spot underlapping QINS? Are you comfortable leaving that there, or do you think he needs to prioritize playing there?
I don't necessarily know that there's a big rush after a 6 tile play. I can kind of assume that on average, a play that's going to go there is about the same as CITO, so that like mid 30s range.
Right, it's quite hard to fit something there with a random rack. Although Josh does have something that goes there, but I mean, just Vide, VIDE, or almost Oxide from him, which is painful, but maybe not
Yeah.
super painful.
I lean towards wanting to like do a bit of rack grooming and trying to bingo next turn, especially with the E open next to edamames. Pretty much everything should play next turn.
Right. And I mean, the case for playing something like Cito here is the Z is usually going to be a good scoring
Right.
tile next turn, but it's
Yeah.
also not an exceptional tile. I think I might have preferred to get the Z there. I think I like your plan there
Yeah.
of playing off the Z with something like Zoic and
Yeah.
keeping bingo tiles. But he's taking a different direction, which is just to try to score consistently over a couple of turns.
Yeah. And he should have a decent Z play next turn. Of course, we know that the last two letters Josh looked at were E blank, so he has said.
Yeah, pretty. I feel like this is a pretty on-brand draw. Actually, this is probably better than average draw for keeping a lone V. Now that I think he had the V and he drew DEGIX blank. So actually, you could say he probably would have bingoed if he didn't keep a V.
Yeah, probably.
But playing XED for 54 points, leaving a blank is right where you want to be.
Yep. And Thomas did get a pretty solid draw. Obviously, no bingo, but he'll be able to play the Z off for pretty decent points.
That's right. He can just play Fez, Fox, and
Right.
ENE or something like that. Or do you see something superior?
He might look at Forze alongside Fox, but Fez seems like a, if nothing else.
I would want to keep the R.
I would.
Here.
I would too.
Maybe play shorter. And I mean, thinking about it, if he had played, it's not super useful to delve into counterfactuals, but would he have a bingo with EEFORST if you swap the T for a Z? Did he? I don't know that he would have had a bingo here.
Reforest fits.
Reforest. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he would have had a weak bingo.
Yeah.
Making you turn on your brain this morning. So I almost prefer what he's doing to just score the Z and then bingo next turn. I mean, of course, it's not guaranteed to work out that way, but it's his plan looks like it's working out quite well for him.
Yeah.
They're both doing well. Well, Josh is doing especially well because he now has both of the blanks.
Yeah.
If you're wondering what that golf is on the right side of his rack.
Well, if he plays 8-vo or 8-vos or something, maybe there's a chance at Thomas drawing the triple triple. I don't know.
Yeah, interesting spot. You have so many options with both blanks. I think a lot of new players get really scared and overwhelmed when you have both of them, and they spend all of their time just trying to scramble through and find any kind of bingos and kind of telescope in on that. But you could do a lot of things here. You could play off one blank as a scoring play. You could try to draw into a really big bingo if there's a good spot on the board for an especially large play. And Josh, expert that he is going to figure out how to get the utmost out of his double blank combination.
Chat sees 8-vos and Vuggiest, which is definitely safer. What you see anything notable here? Or?
Nice job, chat. You're locked in today. I think Vuggiest is the way to go. 8-vos would put the E in the triple lane, and that's exactly what you do not want to do.
Yeah.
So in terms of Josh's inference of what Thomas has, Fez and Cito, Cheens, they don't really speak so much to what Thomas has kept, except that a good heuristic is the more turns it's been since your opponent bingoed, the better their rack is going to be on average. So he's going to be guarded about opening up the board because he knows that Thomas has probably been working on something on his end.
Yeah. It will be worth noting if he plays Vuggiest, there will be a longer term problem with this board because you'll always have that column 2 bingo lane next to the T where it ends, which no matter what you play is going to open the triple, and there's no real way to address it given Fez and Cito. So nothing wrong with that, just worth noting that it could be fun down the stretch.
Right. It will be hard to block that for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's the kind of like volatility that like kind of freaks me out a little bit, but not enough to make me do something like play 8 foes here, unless I know that my opponent's rack is re-arose and that I'm getting the E to myself.
Oh wow.
But I
He-
don't know that.
He's actually gone for the 8 foes here.
It's entirely possible he missed Vuggius. Like eight
Vuggius,
foes is
yeah.
the kind of word that like stands out. Like you see it. If you know the word, you're just gonna see it.
Well, even for a top expert, double blank racks are
Yeah.
top.
Oh, they're
I see Josh Castellano on the blank bingos every day on Aerolith, and he's very proficient at them. But there is a difference between
yeah.
finding them in a laboratory setting and
Yeah.
actually going and doing that in a tournament where you're playing 8 games a day. The fatigue accrues from one day to the other, and he's decided not to spend too much more time here and find something like Buggiest.
Yeah.
And it's actually going to work out for him because Thomas, we can see, has re-arose the 7-letter bingo on his rack, and it's not going to be able to do anything with the E. So Josh is going to get away with this.
It's gonna be yeah. Let's see what may have a shot at a triple. Honestly, from either player next turn. Hopefully, we see some fireworks here personally.
Yes.
And again, remember that be shouted, unshouted still looming at some point to completely open that left side of the board.
Right. No reshouted, but
No reshouted.
so Thomas can only do re-arose here on the right of making EE, correct?
That's what I see. Yeah.
So yeah, we're heading towards a board right now where there's going to be 2 triples.
Yep. This should be
Fun.
interesting. Yeah. Yeah.
Fun for me.
Oh yeah. As an observer, this is exactly what I want to see.
Possibly stressful as a player.
As a player, I'd be a little stressed right now. Well, as Josh, I would be stressed. Well, I don't know. I'd be stressed as both of them.
Both
I'm
of them.
kidding. I'm just always stressed. Well, I'm not really kidding. One notable thing, EE as a word doesn't take too many hooks when you need to start with something. True, there is a double lane that has been opened by Rerose, but you're looking at the L, the K, and the N. Ooh, the air conditioning has got turned off. It's kind of nice.
I think that's the polar vortex
yeah,
outside.
that's fair.
It's not that cold in New Orleans, but
Yeah.
it is. Somehow the Scrabble players always seem to bring the unseasonable
Yes.
chill.
It's just not snowing this.
Not
year, it
everywhere they
seems.
go. That would be really sad. But in New Orleans, that's how it's been the last few years.
So both have kind of average racks that seem like maybe with the right letter they could do something, and there are plenty of letters open.
Typical post bingo racks, I would say.
Yeah.
There's usually a few glaring flaws.
Yes.
Yeah, Josh. So they're completely level at this point.
Yeah.
So neither of them can sacrifice points to block because they kind of just need to embrace the volatility of the position and try to clean up their racks and score and try to bingo first. And Josh could do something here like what's up.
That's all I see.
Through the A leaves out, which out is one of those. Oh, out part. Nice.
Yeah,
that's a noun, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Like the out parts of civilization. I don't want to think about what else that could mean.
It's just an outlying part.
Yeah.
It's a noun.
Okay, it's a noun. Yeah, I like that he played. I think this is actually a really clever play because the way the board was set up, it looked like there were 2 distinct scoring spots, and he has managed to make a play that actually blocks up both of them really nicely. So Thomas is not going to get to play through the E. I don't think, given his actual letters, I don't think he was going to anyway, but that is statistically a really dangerous spot, and Josh has found a way to score nicely and block that. So well done, Josh.
And burn through his entire cruddy rack. The W is actually not bad here because of that O and re-arose. He's got a pretty good chance of getting some points with that in a worst case scenario. And also, when I said all those hooks for EE, I neglected the W hook.
That's right. EU. Yes. EEW is a word. Josh almost drawing into Woodula if he had a second U instead of an E. Just one of those times where you say, why didn't you give me
Yeah.
more used tile gods?
Yeah.
Um,
Wanderer noting the out the back hook for out party. I feel like that should be a word.
that
It's not, but
I could see myself talking. I could see being talked into that
yeah.
in the right circumstances,
Yeah.
depending on my frame of mind and tiredness in the
Mhm.
tournament.
How much partying you've been doing in New Orleans.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So
Rarify suggested opening another triple triple. I don't know. This rack looks like it's not bad. Nothing amazing really stands out.
I think I would probably just do fairy here and
Yeah.
keep AIT instead of rarify, but just because playing the Y there is going to get back a lot of free points.
Yeah.
And AIT doesn't really do anything exceptional here, but it's a bit of a waiting move, let's say.
And it's the last T, so the T does have a slight outsized value here.
Good call out on that.
And the A and the I are pretty average. There are a lot of 1 point letters left. Overall, the tile pool itself is pretty okay. It's just lacking in power tiles. It's just the J, the K, if you look at the K that way, and the 1S to come. So that 1S remaining could be helpful.
That could be an important ingredient. There is a hook for the S on out parts.
Yes.
EES, of course, is not a valid word. And yeah, I think fairy here has a small added benefit also of blocking some potential A-letter bingos. It blocks the out parts hook, which Thomas does not have.
Right.
It blocks the A and the R for 8-letter bingos. And I think there's quite a lot of merit to just gumming up the works and playing fairy right now.
Yeah.
In case your opponent has drawn into another bingo.
I agree. And he also has tempo too, right? So he plays for 30 points. He's going to be up a few points, drawing into a pretty okay bag. So he's not even behind. So it serves his best interest to kind of do a little something with the board each turn, so long as he is a little bit ahead.
Yeah, he has very much a fighting chance.
Yeah.
Can't really pick a favorite at this point.
Right.
The J that Josh has drawn is going to be interesting because after there are some nice scoring plays right where Fairy is going to go, and after that, I don't actually know I guess he can do Jehu, but we kind of talked already earlier about the downsides of playing a power tile. So the JQXC, playing the power tile into a triple lane is super volatile. A lot of if you do that for 40, it's often just not worth it because of how big of a play you get back in return.
Yeah.
So
With the J, it's often not as bad as the Z because the J is just not that great a tile, whereas the Z is usually a pretty good tile. Interestingly, here though, if you look at Jehu, he leaves WLDA, which means he's going for one of the 4 I's for Wilja in the events
isn't
that
it just a T?
no,
Or,
it's
oh
an
yeah,
I
Wilja.
too,
Yeah. Well, WILGA.
And with
JAA.
four I's to come, obviously Thomas has
Yes.
2 of them. There's a chance that, or Jod, of course. There's a chance that Charles could miss the 5-letter J play, and Josh is drawing into some good ones.
Right. That's actually sometimes you want to embrace the volatility and just
Yeah.
put the J out there, pray that your opponent
Yeah.
can't do anything with it, so you get successive 50-point plays. That's always
Exactly.
a good feeling. But that's probably not what you want right here because of how deadlocked it is.
Yeah. I mean, I think it'll depend on what his other options are. It could be force if there's nothing, but
Do you think there was a reason there for furry versus fairy? Was it just trying to block the O as well, just to block things up even more, or what do you think the difference was there?
I honestly thought you were mispronouncing furry the whole time, and I wasn't really sure. So in my brain, furry is what I was looking at the whole time. I assumed it was more for the overall blocking. I like semi-neutral, or well, completely neutralizing the was it column 11, the double version of it. I'd rather force him to start from EE. So yeah, I think it's just like maximum volatility removal. Containment. There we go.
Blocking
Yeah.
the once in a while bingo through the O, or down a 7-letter bingo starting adjacent to the O. That makes sense.
It may have just been a shout out to the Pacific Northwest from which I hail. We love our furs there.
Yeah, I sort of wonder if he should have made that move faster
Yeah.
because the difference between fairy and furry is pretty minute, and we did see that he identified a play there maybe a minute or two before he actually played it. So 12 minutes is going to be a decent amount of time for the rest of his game, but especially if we get the game is so tight right now. If we get into a thorny end game, he may come to regret not having more time.
He did pretty far into the turn spell out Rarefy, so he did find it, and I think he was considering it briefly.
I see.
And I see the appeal of wanting to think about it, but I do completely agree with not playing it here.
Yeah, it just seems to give back too much free stuff.
Yeah. Interestingly, if Josh does play Jehu here, it would give Thomas a great way, to your point, Juliet, to get rid of a bunch of 1-point tiles that he can't really do much of anything with right now. All of a sudden turns into a nice 39-point play, drawing into an okay tile bag.
Yeah, a lot of times in my experience with specifically with putting power tiles into the triple word score lanes, it's not so much about allowing a 60-point play, it's allowing your opponent to play all of their worst tiles,
Right.
and especially their 1-pointers,
Yeah.
and turn that into a high-scoring play. Julia, what else are you going to do with
Right.
EILTU? Are you ever going to score 39 points if you're not bingoing? No, there's absolutely no chance, right? So that's the kind of thing, that's the kind of play that's allowed by sticking the J into space here.
Right.
I don't see an alternative, to be clear.
Yeah.
The chat asks, what else would you do here? And I have no idea. I think you just have to go for it and hope not to get punished, but this is going to work out pretty nicely for Thomas, I would say.
Yeah. We're open if other plays are out there.
Yeah, let's put on our Nigel hats and see what else we can come up with here.
Also sad that I would say WAULED, Wald. I kept meaning to say that and then never said it.
And he is doing, I see. So he's doing Wald here, holding the J.
Yeah. I saw that like 3 minutes ago and then never said it.
Very interesting. Kind of a further blocking play. I don't think keeping the J here is something you want to do because there just isn't a great spot for it. I mean, I suppose he could draw into a J play from the A that he just placed from Wald.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess they're both mutually just saying, well, I don't have it, so I'm not letting you have it.
Right.
He doesn't know that Thomas's rack did not particularly improve, but
exactly.
Yeah, but you see the merit of Josh's play because Thomas is going to have to burn more time here again because there's nothing, there's just nothing that jumps off the page.
Yep. Josh also may be thinking about the extensions to shout it. I don't know. He got a B and an N, but he didn't get the U or the E. There's something to be said for making your opponent think.
Right. Versus an autopilot play.
Now, is there ever any chance here that Thomas opens that L far enough in space for Josh?
Yes. Brinjals, which means eggplant in Hindi.
Like Ali almost does it, but not quite. I don't know that he would open up a bunch of stuff right now anyway, but the nice thing about drawing the B here, of course, was pretty much one of his best outcomes. Josh's best outcomes of playing Wald was drawing Jib and Ja, and Bo for like 41. So this is the best case scenario for Josh, or close to best case scenario for Josh here, where he could play Jib, keep AINRS.
Right, he's being rewarded for holding the J there, which I literally just said I didn't see that he could get that much out of it, but there were actually a lot of letters that could go there, the B, the N.
Yeah.
So well done, Josh.
Yeah.
Making Thomas go into the tank.
Though,
you see what I did there?
Yes.
Never mind. Yeah. Let's move on.
I will say with Thomas's letters now, he has Tui spelled out, and there is actually, since Jehu was not played, a pretty good spot for that. And so Thomas basically gets to use up his like on turn advantage. He's kind of up a tempo, but now his tiles got worse. So he's kind of using up that tempo here to stay in the game. With something like Tui, he'll be down after this turn, but he'll still effectively be even. Thomas's clock has stopped at 12 minutes and 7 seconds forever. He just needed to have more time than Josh.
Yeah, that has to do with some of the nature of space time here in Louisiana.
Yeah.
When you come here and you feel that the passage of time is slightly different,
Yeah.
particularly in the evening hours. That's actually a manifestation of what's happening to the clocks here.
Correct.
In all seriousness, I ran into this with the last tournament I commentated, and it's just an annoying peccadillo of OBS or something. So bear with us. He has 9 minutes. It's working now.
Yeah. We love our stream team here. We love being able to do this. And yeah, as a note, the clock itself, like for the actual players, is functioning just fine. Although Thomas may wish he had a few more minutes. Who knows?
What do you think of Tui versus Litu here? Litu sandwiches nicely, making a Lu, Mill, 8, Mud.
Oh,
He's going to pick Tui.
go inside. Ooh,
Yeah, what do you think of how would you pick
let's see.
one of those? Litu would have been more points. It would have been 25. Tui
Oh
is
yeah, to me it'd be
21.
lead to without a question. I don't know why you wouldn't play it. It's great. And sorry, I should say you asked for actual analysis. Thomas is keeping an L here. I'm looking at the pool and seeing that it was a 18 to 12 consonant vowel ratio. So I don't mind keeping a vowel heavier leave here to
Right.
score some points.
The L especially doesn't seem especially like a nice tile that
Right.
How many times can I say especially in a sentence? The L doesn't seem like a tile I want to keep with 2 more lurking.
Exactly.
Either.
Now, interestingly, so Josh has the JN and not the JB, which leads me to believe that he does not know unshouted, but knows B shouted or C's. Because why would you ever keep the B here?
Maybe he just doesn't know the word jib.
He also might not know the word jib.
You know, I was talking to him yesterday. I said, "Josh, I like the cut of your jib," and he just looked at me funny. I don't know what happened there. Maybe this. I think I've figured it out now.
So this is interesting. You never, ever, ever play Jin unless you don't know jib.
It's a really cool decision. I think it's justified, especially on these type boards. A lot of times, obviously you're the type board expert, but on these type boards, in my experience, it becomes about identifying the biggest opportunities and covering them yourself, and then also working. You have multiple turns often in this closed context to work towards a big play.
Yep.
And I think that's exactly what he's done there. Yeah. And it'll be really interesting to see if it pays off for him, because he would have had a bingo that fit. He would have had Saronic to the right of Wald, making us. I don't know if that's going to stay open. I think his calculus is, and probably rightly so, is that I'm not likely to bingo on this increasingly tightening board. So let me vie for beshouted and use that. That's the edge that he's going to try to obtain.
Yeah, I would say the counterpoint to this is that because he's now taking a little bit more of a commanding lead, if you will, he might force Thomas to open up the board, because that A in Wald, like at any point in time, someone could make a 5-tile play there, and most likely you want to be on the receiving end of that play with good tiles. So in many ways, I don't know that Thomas is going to do that this turn, but when that probably happens at some point, and Thomas has taken that spot we just saw.
Mm-hmm.
But you kind of want to have the best tiles possible if your opponent opens on the right side. So worth considering. In this case, however, maybe Thomas will draw the B and get B shouted himself.
Right, that's entirely possible. They can both go for that.
Yeah.
Josh, can you just play Bro and Noo here, NOO? For 28, keeping ACIRS, or do you think he's going to go for beshouted again?
Well, I start to look at the tile pool here, and now it's starting to get pretty bad. And after liner, there's just the board is just dead. So in many ways, I think it's pretty cool to actually keep mucking up the board.
Just keep going for it. Yeah.
Because he, like, Josh knows that pretty much at this point on every rack, he will have a better leave than his opponent. His remaining tiles should be better than Thomas's on every rack for the rest of the game,
Right.
barring a bingo or something.
So he would never play something like Abbassai here from the A, even though that's a traditional scoring play, 36 points. It just opens things up unnecessarily, right? Like he just wants to keep things tight. And
I think so. I don't really see I just don't see a need to do it at this point. He's kind of he has the lead. And he has the last S too. So at any point in time he could try to save that spot for some crazy setup. I don't know.
right, I was almost thinking, can he play a back here like ABAC? Well, that takes a backa,
Yeah.
so that's
Yeah.
not quite it. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of really nasty. Like he could play SIE right now from the A
Oh, yeah.
and set up the last S.
Yeah. Now, interestingly, he had SAIC set up, making meds, which means he's very committed to the B shouted.
Wow, like, cashing the last S there. I don't. Geez, I would think that just the response that Thomas is going to have from the C would really make it feel like you spent your S in vain there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to recognize the commitment to the part. I mean, there's another B in the pool too. That's why I
Right.
would just play bro and
Right. And
just keep an eye on whether I draw the other B.
Exactly.
I think that's what I would do here.
Yeah. He has the S. He's saving acais for 30 next turn. He's saving sake for 32 next turn. Like, B shouted scores 45. It's not scoring 80.
Yeah, right. It's not such a massive improvement. I still think that the that S is going to be so critical. I mean, do you think you can go for acai right now? No, do you think it opens too much, or it's too blockable, or what do you think?
I think it opens too much, and I think it's both things because he's winning and has better tiles. There's no real reason to invite this like unnecessary volatility because he can kind of look at the tile pool and be like, as long as nothing is open, Thomas can't do much except also play B shouted or play something from that A. If you play something from the A, I want to have good tiles. So to me, it's kind of just like, why bother? I don't know.
Well, you might just guarantee a win if your opponent doesn't bingo. Basically, that would be my argument.
Yeah.
That's why I would have to strongly consider it.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be at this point in the game, the potential for a setup there has to be on your radar, both of their
Right.
radars, like for sure. Personally, I mean, like it's been in like basically once Josh got the S after Wald, it was immediately like, okay, gotta have that middle right triple word score. Like that's just like locked in on that spot for the rest of the game. Worth noting for folks, some of the newer Scrabble AI out there, Macondo, etc., has kind of opened the Scrabble community's eyes, or folks using it to like the power of setups. Not that Nigel didn't already do this. Sorry, I'll pause for a sec as he's looks like playing Sake after all that. Wow. I don't know.
I would never do that.
I would never do that.
I don't mean to be too critical. Well, Josh can handle it because
Yeah.
he's one of the best, but
And a troll.
he's spending your S. I mean, Thomas is just going to play crawl and claw.
Yeah.
And spending your S, that your S is such a valuable weapon for the rest of the game. I can't imagine playing my
Yeah.
S there. I would just play bro.
Yeah. And not the least of because I mean, okay, sure, he's he'll get B shouted, which is clearly what he's going for, unless Gobbier is good, right?
That sounds right.
B shouted also opens 2 big lanes, and so that's like they're not likely, but he doesn't need to. He has the he has control of the game.
Well, your opponent can just beat you to the pass. They
Right.
can just play Bishada themselves, and it's like,
Right.
oh well, I just spent my S for 32 points.
Right. So I think that was personally think that was a little too clever, but
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that's great is that Josh will definitely discuss. I think he's a good postmortem analyzer, so we can cut over after the game. We'll definitely hear his rationale. It'll be really interesting to get his perspective versus ours.
yeah. To come back to one point I was making before. So one thing that the Macondo engine has really taught a lot of people, it's kind of I said it's shown light on how powerful setups can be. The natural response to that statement is yes, but have you ever seen Nigel play?
Right.
My counterpoint to that is yes, Nigel kind of showed us it was possible, but we never could really understand why. Makondo's actually, you can inspect the rationale. And so we're starting to see in these moments where maybe that four tile play from the A setting up that last S, we can actually measure why a play like that might be really good now.
Yeah, we're on a really exciting cusp of Scrabble understanding
Yeah.
and analysis. I am super excited for the future, both because there's so many great players coming up the ranks and because our analysis tools
Yeah.
are we're about to have Monte Carlo simulations that
Yeah.
include that don't just do the static best
Right.
play and that actually do simming all the
Yeah.
way down the tree. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah. And Josh is at the forefront of that. Like, he's one of
Yes.
the few people. So like if anyone has a competitive advantage in terms of understanding the future of this, interesting.
So this one I don't get because there are so many vowels left. There are 10 vowels and 6 consonants. So I guess he was worried about playing off his lone vowel and keeping 4 consonants, which is understandable, but you're gonna well, actually, he only drew 1 vowel into that, which is pretty interesting. So the pool must be pretty heavy on the vowels.
Yeah,
I mean,
think so.
he can play wild now because I mean, this is part of playing Josh playing off the S is now Thomas could play something like wild and not get punished for it. Before, basically any move that Thomas would consider, you'd have to say, "Well, can I get punished if my opponent has the S?"
Yes. I think he was going for something like a veil or something, like a big play with that A, but that's I don't know. Like a
Keeping the A for that makes sense. Yeah.
I think that was his goal, is to try to maximize his odds of getting a spot,
I think he had to give up a lot of points
but he gave up a
to
lot of
do
points
that.
to do
Yeah.
it. Yeah, that's the
I would have been tempted to do something like claw.
yeah.
So okay, yeah, Josh has both Bs, which is pretty interesting. If Josh plays Beshouted right now, which he may not want to do because he may not want to open the bingo lane, but Thomas is going to be 1 tile off of Playbook. He might end up having to fish a V and try
Yeah.
to go for Playbook. It's going to look pretty rough for him because he hasn't drawn a lot of good.
Yeah. But now he could just play bro and save be shouted, to Wanderer's point.
Because he drew both Bs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now bro is looking like a great play. Who knows? Maybe he'll play bro and what did Thomas even draw from the A? Did he hit anything?
What he drew KOY.
What good plays even play from the A? I just assumed he was going to get something because the pool seemed pretty good for that. I mean,
Well, he didn't draw an E, which would
Yeah.
have certainly helped.
yeah. Now, if Josh doesn't play bro here, Pry, making Noi,
Right.
and your favorite word to say this tournament, uh,
Jeff.
JP keeps coming up. All of a sudden, that's a scary.
Why me in particular?
Yeah. It came up like in 2 other games.
No, I know.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kind of have to play bro to be honest, the fact that Charles has such good plays, scoring plays where bro goes is why Josh should have played bro last turn.
Yeah.
Because he could have just gotten immediately stung with a 42 point 2 tile play of Pry. And that's really devastating in such a tight board situation. That's why he should have played bro last time. He doesn't play bro. Wait, did he track wrong? Is he worried about ED ending bingos? He's just so sure that he's going to play Beshouted next turn that he just thinks all he has to do to win is to block the D for 8-letter bingos. Is that what he's doing?
I guess so. The nice thing about bro is it actually set up Jabber as well. So you had 2 big, huge BE spots. So honestly, he could just outrun a bingo to the D.
Well, I want to tell him, Josh, you can lose this, man. Like Beshouted is not
Yeah.
going to guarantee a win. Pry goes down immediately.
Yeah.
So I mean, Thomas is going to have a veil. If he draws an E, is he going to draw an E? Surely he's going to draw an E, right? Well, yeah, he's gonna draw an I. He's going to have a veil. He's
Yeah.
not emptying the bag, so I mean the endgame tempo of playing Pry is outstanding. He left one tile in the bag. He didn't empty the bag, which means Josh doesn't have perfect information about his rack, which will make Josh's decision harder.
Yeah.
I sort of feel like Josh is kind of
Like he
opened the door to losing
Yeah.
in a position where he should have been the commanding favorite.
Yep.
He might still win though. Or he probably is the favorite to, if he just plays the counted. Wow, that was out there. If he just plays the shouted and Avail
It's gonna be
goes
close.
down, but his rack is so bad. How is he going to get through that?
Yeah.
Thomas could go out first and win.
Does Thomas have a good last spot for AKO? He can play OK, like at the top left, but
He can play Boak to go out, BOAK,
yeah.
which would be popular, familiar to fans of the show Dairy Girls. If you, that was a great pandemic watch. I don't know if you know that one.
Shout out to my mom listening in from freezing Toronto.
Oh yeah, Avail is going to set up Koa as an out.
Oh yeah, it sets it up. Yeah.
Actually, Josh is trying a useful letter out of here. He's trying to end, so he has begone.
Yeah. And Globe?
Is it Engobe? Yes.
Oh, no. Is N Globe?
Oh, if Avail goes down,
Avail goes down,
Englobe. That's right.
Englobe
He has
is it,
Englobe.
right?
Wow, that is quite fortunate.
He'll have to be 100% sure of it.
Can oh my god, I just called him Charles.
We have
pretty
we
funny.
have multiple times, I think.
Have we really?
According to chat, we have, yes.
That's outstanding.
Yeah.
He challenged that?
He's officially challenged it. Wow.
Oh, I guess he thinks he can't win. Well, he's down 52, which is a lot. But
He's probably done the math.
are you sure? I mean, so what he can do there is he doesn't have to Avail right now. He can do okay. He can do okay top left, okay and kit. That's
Yeah.
27. I guess the problem is that Josh actually has plays from the A himself now that he drew the N.
Yeah.
So he can do a Gene or a Gon.
Yeah, a Beal. Yeah.
A Beal? I don't think he has an L.
Good point.
Yeah, that N was actually a colossal draw. Like if so let's see. Yeah, so Thomas drew AI, is that right? So if he draws AN and Josh draws another draws another vowel, like either the A or the I think he would lose.
It would be close. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't mean to be a Josh hater here because I'm a big fan of his game. I like casting his games, and he's a great player. And he took a really unorthodox, to me at least, route to winning this one. And I think it took a bit of good fortune. They drew the second B, but he got the job done. He had a plan and he executed on it. So you gotta give him credit for that.
Yeah. This also feels like it's a game one of the day sort of thing, where like maybe you hone in on something you wouldn't otherwise do. I don't know. I feel like the first game, like this for me historically, round 9, so the first game of day 2 of an event is like my brain is usually just the most mush, and I'm just like I just want to get the win. So, and you can see like he made a lot of sacrifices and was still able to win.
Right.
So he was probably he had some room to maneuver here. But I don't know, maybe he doesn't make that play in round 6 today or something.
I think another key juncture here was Wild. I just don't think Wild threatened enough. Although it did elicit Coyer, which is interesting as a blocking response. So maybe the threat of ED bingos was really that big, but I really think he should have gone for Claw there for the 11 extra points and just hope to draw vowels and fill in. And if he does Claw, Avail, and another play, that's a more powerful and threatening sequence.
I think so. I mean,
Oh my god.
and we'd
Okay.
have to
Okay.
and
Yeah, the Rust.
Lagobe. Oh, good old and Lagobe.
Can't believe it almost happened.
Yeah, that's copper DE.
Whew.
But I was gonna say something.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. I think he outruns Bingos to the D. Like I don't even think he needs to worry. Anyway, the game's over. I think we're gonna go to the board mic. Let's hear what they have to say,
Sounds
not
good.
us.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of this at all.
Oh yeah, that was key. That was like, I felt like whoever gets that, like the other guy needs to bingo, or that's fucking it.
Yeah,
Oh, excuse, pardon my language.
Watch your language, Josh.
Yeah, they're probably they may have cut the mic.
Ooh.
I think unshouted is good too. I was also considering going for that.
I didn't even, honestly, I didn't even think about looking for that. Which is kind of, I didn't have any of them yet.
Yeah, so I made
But
some.
if I know he shouted is here, I know I have to do something.
I don't. Well, you probably have to go for unshouted because the bees.
Were there U's left? After I played 2, I don't think
There weren't. I think that was the last one. Yeah, I made some weird looking plays. Like I had the B when I played this. I had like the B when I played this.
Place where you know you have people.
And then I kept. Well, I drew into Gavier when you played Wild, and I thought the only way I could lose is if you bingo like to the D or to the D. So I'll block this, keeping B shouted. And then even after you get the 40-point bomb there, I was like pretty good. This and this is too much.
Yeah. You almost gave it to me. Tony and Lord, I go out with Koa and win easily.
Huh?
If you pony here, I win easily.
Yeah.
Let it go. Yeah. Is there a Y here or anything?
No.
Okay.
I don't like that. I think it's just S.
I had Raline on this turn.
That's a good play. You gotta turn over.
I felt like I had to like open.
Oh, open?
But I didn't have a good play that did that.
I was gonna bingo if you did that. Okay. In the game. Like what would you have played?
Like that's the thing. There was like
Yeah.
Alien or something.
Yeah, I would have played like Isobaric GG.
Okay.
Because I had Cabrios when I played this.
Okay. Okay. Well, that makes me feel a little better. It felt wrong because I grew so bad after it.
I don't know. It seemed decent. Stay in there.
Yeah, I was setting up Cito when I played Sims.
Nice. Yeah, I didn't have. Well, obviously because I phoned, so that's That was so dumb. That's the one that's like not good.
I thought I was high. That's why I sounded so sad challenging because I thought it's good and he would never make this mistake. I'm just looking like
that's like the one of them that's not. I guess I just slipped. Like, yeah, no, I guess it's good with the F. I thought the one with the F was phony, but that one is good. GANOF. F? Yeah, that one's good.
You picked the one.
I picked. It looks like I picked the one, the phony. Yeah, I picked the phony one. I feel like I may have done that before.
I've done it before, yeah.
I wonder if there are any. I didn't want to. I bet there's a better play other than 8-0 there. Maybe. No, you're shaking your head.
Look at that rack.
I mean,
where are you playing it? The A?
Well, not even a bingo. Just like I'm both blanks. I don't know.
Well,
spend one blank.
Let's see. Where are you playing where that's worth it at all?
Let me see. I'll find out. So that's the only 7.
Quick Macondo it right now.
Thieving, Thriving, and Vuggiest. Ooh, I didn't see Vuggiest. Oh, I can play Vuggiest here. Well, this is way more.
Vuggiest here.
No!
Man, what a scrub.
Wow, that was bad.
You are.
What?
This is an indictment of your whole
Oh
character.
my god, that's an awful play.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I had to kill both triples without part.
I mean, that was good. That was a good play.
Oh, Vuggiest. That's like the easy one. Why didn't I think of that?
2 blanks.
No excuses. Oh, that was a sad game. I'm sorry.
I can't believe I lose to players like this. Like, I see my opponents making obvious mistakes, and you just sit there, it's like, it's a good game, man.
Yeah. It must be really frustrating being you. Like, surgically set up the, the eye setup, which I don't have. Should just play Argonaut and get it over with.
We should interview Josh and say, how does it feel to be
Yeah. So were you going for
Luckier than good.
shout extensions at all?
I had
No.
No, I'm responding to chat.
I know.
Those were that was
Yeah,
like
itself.
really.
That's like key.
It was really key. Those are really
You
important.
have a huge advantage the whole game.
Well, like early in the game is like there's like well yeah like, as it gets closer to the end it's like and also because I didn't want to play it too early to give you a bingo, but if I play it too late you're just gonna like drop the K or something and then I'm screwed.
We'll just give it one more minute. Looks like they're wrapping up.
Oh, that's cool. I forgot about beach shouted. You could see where my hopes and dreams just evaporated.
That's interesting. Bish shouted. He didn't know Bish shouted, or he didn't see it.
Well, at least we gave the commentators something to talk about.
I would say let's wrap things up.
Unless they were just making in-jokes the whole.
Well, that was one to start the day. I think we're gonna take a break for a couple minutes and be back. I assume that some flavor of Josh is gonna be in the next game, but we'll be back here from New Orleans in just a couple minutes for round 10 of 20 and round 2 of 8 today. See you in a couple minutes. Well, all right, folks. Welcome back to New Orleans, Louisiana. I hope you did not go anywhere, unless you just went to get more coffee like me. Conrad, here with Jesse, and we're about to watch the good Dave Wiegand, Dr. Bing, play against Jason Wu Ubika. Toronto's finest against Portland's finest.
Yeah, it's good to see Jason up here. Jason's a longtime stalwart,
Yeah,
frequent opponent for both of us over the years, and looks like he's having a good run so far.
yeah, we saw him in the very first game of the tournament yesterday, I think, where he kind of gave his best against current tournament leader Josh Castellano, but good to see he's recovered from that game. Dave to start here. Should be a banger.
Yeah, I always benchmark on whether I'm having a good tournament when whoever the best player is in that tournament,
So
if you
Dave
get to
Wiegand.
play him at least once, that's like a sign that you're on the right track.
Yeah.
Like usually if I get to play Nigel Richards
Yeah.
once in a tournament, it's like, okay, I did something right.
Yeah.
Dave is kind of the equivalent of that for this tournament.
And most tournaments.
And most tournaments. So
Oh. So close.
my God.
So close. If you don't know what we're talking about, chat, I'm sure you'll help us out.
Yeah, if that N were a W, that would have been quite the
Yeah.
draw. Usually you don't want W's, but much like wanting the U last game for Wudgula,
Yeah.
you have some real well, honestly, we might just get some profanity on the board.
Yeah, I
here.
think we may need to cancel this game. Love to see it. Love to see it.
I shouldn't be laughing. Dave's draw is cathartic somehow.
It's Dave Wiegand.
And he's also organized it in the best possible sequence for us. Thanks, Dave. That really made my morning.
So there's a few of us. I am like this too, but Dave is also a troll. Dave and I are neighbors in Portland, Oregon, so we share a lot of these things, but like to have some fun when we're on stream. You probably saw me do a couple things at the California Open when I was briefly up there with how I spell things out on my rack. Like if I was Jason right now, I mean, oh boy, I'd be having some fun.
Yeah. I'm impressed anyone who has the presence of mind to do that at all. I usually don't realize the comedy potential until much later.
I think it helps me deal with anxiety, honestly.
Sure. Well, there it goes.
Yeah, really, there's not much to talk about here. It was a
verb.
It was an effing good play.
It's a verb, and it only takes an S hook, as far as I know.
Now, I will say it does preserve, actually makes even better Dave's spot here. So he should be able to kind of get out of a pretty bad rack. Meanwhile, absolute trash drawn by Jason. My goodness, that's just terrible.
Yeah, it's one of the, when you start setting seriously, one of the first things you learn are these short words with a lot of vowels that help you maneuver out of exactly the spot that Dave is in. And so here he has the word awee, A-W-E-E. I don't know if that's exactly what he's going to do. Does he have wage lined up?
He does have wage lined up, which is also pretty tempting.
I think I would want to not have three vowels. Generally, the more balanced your rack is between consonants and vowels, the better. You want one extra consonant over the number of vowels that you have. So 2 consonants, 1 vowel, 3 consonants, 2 vowels.
Yeah.
Of course, it matters what the consonants are as well, but I would be pretty surprised if he decided to keep 3 vowels when he has the chance to be a little more balanced.
I expect him to play awee. One thing I'll probably note about Dave over time, historically kind of one of the first really like big open board players, kind of even predated Quackle in doing that. I like to think Quackle was trained on Dave. It looks like he is going to play awee. Dave has gotten more defensive in years, or kind of really like learned how to play a pretty incredible defensive game. I'm not going to say that's from learning how to deal with me as one of his neighbors, but just in general, like he really does look for opportunities. Like he'll evaluate, does is wage worth it because it doesn't give that throwaway 7 lane beneath the E in OE. You know, he will really look for things like that. Obviously, OE, the correct play here over wage, he played that, but it's where if you haven't seen Dave in a while, he's really developed the like defensive and kind of board analysis game that is, you know, just really, really good. Anyway,
Fascinating. Jason navigates his way out of his 6 consonant rack with 9th. A very nice play. RTT has a pretty fair chance of cleaning up into something
yeah, but he's
more palatable.
navigated Dave right into a bingo though.
So he has.
So that's unfortunate for Jason. And Dave is not someone you want to start out with a deficit against. Dude like scores like a machine.
Absolutely. Ag Nation goes down.
Though
Dave is. Yes.
yeah, I don't know. You finished, but I mean you'll note what Jason's what he's now walked into thanks to Agnation.
Right. Jason's going to get to keep up immediately with his rack. 3 double consonants. Normally not what you want, but
Yeah.
rotators presenting itself. And yeah, I was just going to say Dave found that bingo very quickly. It's one of the great strengths he brings to the game, as we talked about yesterday, is he is, along with maybe Will Anderson, just one of the kings of anagramming power and word knowledge in our game. And he actually can play pretty methodically when he doesn't have bingos, but
Yeah.
he makes a ton of time for his non-bingo turns by playing his bingos quickly.
Yeah. And you know, if you're new to this, Dave is also notable for his knowledge of longer words. So most of us,
Right.
you know, most top experts, they eventually study all the 7s and all the 8s, and they'll get into the 9s. Dave is, at least in TWL, in the North American lexicon, like he knows all the 9s. In Collins, he's certainly studied them. Doesn't know all of them perfectly. He studied 10s.
Yeah, deep bingo knowledge.
Things I will never do in my life. And so, you know, Dave's always good for some kind of cool, crazy play at some point. He had dinner with him last night. He was most proud of playing sepadding, sepadding as a 9. So that was his, which honestly is like child's play for him. But we'll see. I'm surprised Jason hasn't played rotators yet. Looks like he's starting to maybe
Oh. Yeah, it can be one of those that you just that's a colossal
oh
myth.
no.
Yeah, I think the chat really nailed it here, where you have to sort of allow yourself to look for a bingo.
Yeah.
And he may have autopiloted just the mentality of, well, I have 3 double letters, so I'm gonna.
Yeah.
What is the algorithm? Well, I play
Yeah.
off the duplicates,
Yeah.
and that's what he's done there. But unfortunately, missing rotators, which would have been pretty essential for keeping him in
Yeah.
striking distance.
I guess if anything, you know, well, okay. I was gonna say before he actually really drew a double, so he's actually gonna get right back in the game as it turns out. But I would say, you know, the saving grace of not bingoing was he's most likely to hook that 4-letter F word next turn, and rotators would open a triple, not a very powerful one for Dave, so he kind of gets away with it here. But he really gets away with it because I think he will find disroot and whatever. How do you pronounce that other word?
Orids?
No, the hook for what's disroot hooking?
Oh, Ed.
Ah, okay.
So, yeah, really, really important move for Dave here. I think this is one where he recognizes the need to lock in.
Yeah.
He has a lot of insight into Jason's rack, because you would only play for 14 points if your remaining letters were really good.
Yeah.
And he also, Jason missed a bingo, but Jason didn't have a bingo, so you kind of know exactly what Jason has there. Dave just opts for the points there, which I think makes sense.
Yeah.
35. He could have gone for something. Did he have? No. Influ is not a word. Oh,
Yeah.
disroot goes down immediately.
Yep.
That is critical. 96 points. Very nice.
Yeah. But Dave will benefit from that O. We know he's
going to immediately strike back with the Z play.
He likes playing that Z in that exact spot. If
This-
you recall yesterday, that's where he had his little Z set up against Chris Lape.
This is why we love Collins.
Yeah. The scoring never stops. Like,
Yes.
this is Austin's channel too, so.
Is
if
it
you're-
really? Okay, well,
Yeah.
I should limit my profanity then.
Yeah. Well,
There'll be children watching.
but it's, I mean, this is just amazing. Like, even if Zinc wasn't there, he'd have Visor at the top, which is also great.
Yes.
What a
Let's see. Zinc takes some hooks, takes the O, takes the Y. Let's
Does.
see if Jason draws a
Yeah.
riposte to the riposte.
Yeah. Now, is this ever a situation? So yesterday you were mentioning sometimes you want to keep the hook on a big play, or sorry, you want to immediately play the hook on a big play as opposed to saving it. Would you ever consider just playing Zin here because Zinc takes the Y and the O and the S?
The
Or would you
reason I would
prefer-
play Zinc here is because I have the V, and the C and the V are really are not friends.
Not
The V is actually just kind of hostile to every other letter,
Yeah.
basically. But especially if you have multiple high pointers, you want to unblock your rack and not keep two of them.
Yeah.
So that's I think you
Yep.
just gotta embrace the possibility that your opponent might score a lot of points back, but just try to clean things up on your end. Anyway. Wow, that is a very nice draw for David Wiegand. Although I don't know that it's immediately gonna lead to a bingo, but it definitely looks bingo-ish, or maybe a turn away.
It's close. It's got the awkward UV is not great, but could turn into something. Could materialize soon. There's some good spots to dump UV if that's what he decides to do.
A C in space would have been curative.
Yes. Well, in a different space. There is a C in space. as it
Yes,
turns out.
the other C.
Yeah.
Chat suggests just a bloop.
Yeah.
And it looks pretty reasonable. I think so. Zinc takes an O, as we mentioned. And another way you could take this is you could play Gob and Zinco, or even Globi as a sort of a double setup. Or, I mean, what I would really love is to hook Zinc, make Zinco big slap. Thank you, Jason. Wow, that's awesome. That was great. I actually sort of wonder if he should have gone for something like that could set up both ways. Like the ideal would be you play a 5-letter word, hooking Zinco, like if Gopil was a word and then it sets up an S hook. I would absolutely love that.
Yeah.
Bloop very reasonable. I just wish he had kept the O hook there, but did keep pretty good letters. If he draws an N, especially, is a good chance of drawing a bingo here.
Yeah. I think that's what he's kind of hoping for is
Yeah.
maybe the ING. And already only 2 N's left. Pretty decent draw. Nothing immediately is gelsemic.
Yeah, one
doesn't sound like a
tile off
word.
of mileages, top left.
Yeah,
that
mileages,
A is
yeah.
just the wrong spot for him.
Yeah. So almost a good draw. But at the point in the time, a point in the tournament where, all right, drinking some coffee. A point in the game where a good rack is still good. He's not out of the game yet. He wants to bingo soon, but he can afford to have a couple turns of 24, balance the rack, whatever.
A point in time saves 9. Oh my god! All right, I need to
All right.
drink.
Yeah, we're gonna ask Kate to come out and commentate for us for about 20 minutes. But yeah, what do you do if you're Dave here? You could just kind of go dinking around if you want.
Yeah, this is I really love watching how Dave makes decisions. This is a really important one,
Yeah.
and one where he typically excels
Yeah.
at finding the right strategic path
Yeah.
forward.
Because there's a number of different tacks you could take here. There's everything
Right.
from like Varian to the end to
Right.
Love in the top right, Bug in the top left. One plays defense, one doesn't. One goes through all the tiles. You could play for points and
You
keep a.
could-
I don't. There's
You could play Vought at the top right, VAUTE,
yeah,
making
exactly.
DE.
Yeah.
Arrive is a really interesting way of
Yeah.
moving forward because it's a very high scoring
It's
play.
the
Maybe
scoring,
the
yeah.
highest scoring move he could make there. TU is an unexceptional combination. In fact, I would say a bad combination, but Dave,
Yeah.
um, I like that he didn't fixate on trying to turn his
Right.
rack into a bingo rack because he's now taking a 78-point lead. He doesn't really need to bingo. So
Yeah.
he's sort of, in a way, he reduces some of the variance just by simply taking the points now instead of trying to vie for a bingo. So
Yeah.
I like the decision.
It makes sense to me. You know, he's also keeping the pressure on. If Jason bingos, like it's still going to be very close. If he may still even have the lead. From our perspective, of course, he opened an I and an E when Jason needed an A or an O to be open. So he did kind of he dodged a little bit of a mid game bullet there, but
That's right. Actually, great point by Mr. Wanderer 15 in chat that the blanks are both unseen, and that's another reason when the blanks are both unseen and we're not quite halfway through the game, but maybe a third of the way into the game, there becomes an incentive to turn over extra letters to try to reach for one of the blanks. It's less valuable to hold on to good tiles because the really good tiles are still out there.
Yeah. Especially if you have a lead while doing it. Interesting play for Jason. It's kind of a similar thing. You could do something like Gleim in the top right, keep ES, go for some tiles, get that big, huge sinks hook. You could make a shorter play. You could play egg, everyone's favorite word. No, you wouldn't actually play egg here.
He could play egg.
Can always play egg. Good morning, afternoon, and evening to the chat, both Twitch, and we are also on YouTube today as well. So if you're one of those hangout into streams. Ooh, interesting. Jason has found the bingo in his rack, but it's not a bingo. Okay. He plays what appears to be the good middling play there of Elm, which keeps a pretty okay leave. Also scores well. I don't know. What do you think of Elm versus a play like Gleim or something? I really didn't see much else.
Jason is really enjoying trolling us so far, I have to say.
Yeah.
Big Slop was pretty special. I think Elm looks fine, but is a bit of a mistake precisely because so many of the ends are gone.
Yeah.
Although he's just drawn a
Yeah.
bingo here, so it worked out for him. I
Yeah.
think it's just the GI combination is basically only good if you can draw an N. And so I would have been tempted to play them off with something like Lime, also reaching for the blanks a bit, but I don't think Elm is significantly worse. It's got to be a marginal difference, and it's worked out for Jason here.
Yeah. I do wonder, this is one of the situations where I kind of feel like, again, Dave is my most common Scrabble opponent, so I'm playing a little bit of inside baseball.
I'm jealous that your neighbor just happens
I know.
to be
We live on literally the same
North American.
We live on
player.
actually the
It's
same
pretty special.
the same street, a few blocks away. But Dave's intuition for when to clamp down is like, I mean, to me, it almost seems like he's like looking at my tiles good. And so I wonder, like, is this the moment after Elm where Dave is just like, you know what, screw this and plays Jot and Zinco just to start removing some volatility? Like, I feel like he's just got such a good instinct for like when to start clamping down. I mean, maybe that's just his best play anyway, but you know, Jolt or Fuji. I mean, there are other options worth considering, but
no, I think Elm is pretty suspicious.
Yeah.
If I see that, the panic lights are definitely going off. 3 S's remaining. I think Elm also crucially is not what you do if you have a blank, because I think you would probably try to score more points, or like you would typically be able to score more points. You wouldn't worry as much. You wouldn't be as fishy with the blank.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it kind of telescopes me into 4 1-point letters with ES.
Right.
And then if you get to that and you look at the board, you say, well, the Zincs, I mean, that is by far the scariest spot on the board. So
Yeah.
I could absolutely see
Yeah.
a Jot coming down here.
This is a fun one to talk through, watch the thinking. It's pretty instructive, I feel.
Dave is pretty expressive with his tile movements. He reminds me a little bit of Nigel Richards, where you can kind of check in with him at
Yeah.
across his thinking
Yeah.
process and
Yeah.
just kind of see what he's thinking about at any point in
Yeah.
time. It's very generous
Yeah.
with Dave.
And I actually genuinely think he's doing that like on stream more than usual.
To be instructive, that's really cool.
I think so. Like not like he's not going out of his way to do it. Like when he
Yeah.
does play, he will set up the play that he's thinking about. But
But yeah, that's pretty special. I mean,
yeah,
take your viewer on a journey with you. That's really cool.
yeah. I mean, we know that he rearranges his tiles to do funny things. So
And we get all this for free, folks.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
thank you all for joining us. It's a great tournament, one of the best, one of the most heralded on the calendar. Some of the
Yeah.
best players in North America. Jock
Yeah.
comes down. Great play.
And of course, don't forget to drop a little follow for Austin here if you haven't already.
Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe on
Super
YouTube. Yeah.
Chat. I don't even know, between YouTube and Twitch, I don't even know all
Yeah.
the things you can do. Use your Prime subscription. So that blocked everything,
That just
right?
blocked everything. Yeah, that was he noted the threat and dealt with it. Now what are we looking at? Something like frog? So sad.
Right. Well, that's another reason not to play Elm, because it was pretty.
Yeah.
It's a little bit 2020 hindsight, because obviously he had the I, the E, but he had an E and an I in his rack, and the I
Right.
and the E on the board were actually going to be harder for him to play through. The V is not great. The L, the B, all not really great with EGIS.
Yeah.
Again, unless you draw that N, in which case you're probably fine.
Yeah.
But so this is kind of an expectable byproduct of playing Elm on the previous turn.
Yeah. Chat notes, Rosier for 47 is a pretty good play here. I think that makes sense. You're down 84 with both blanks unseen. Dave most likely did not have a blank after Jot. No guarantee, but it's less likely than usual, I would say.
What if I'm just throwing ideas out
Yeah.
here. What if you just fish the G here and try to draw Rosier with the E? Does Zinco take S?
Yeah. I
I wasn't actually sure about that.
Yeah.
I would almost be tempted to. I mean, okay, so he's down 84 points. I would almost be tempted to fish the G here.
But both blanks unseen. I feel like this is such a good time to like dig right into the bag.
Yeah, he needs a lot to go his way. He kind of needs. So a lot of times when I'm behind, I think about slowing the game down, and it's basically like if he turns over 6 tiles now, even if he draws a blank, he's going to end the game a lot faster, right? So what if he just fishes 1 tile right now, goes for the 100-point play, could get blocked, but like what you really want to do is you want to fish a tile, bingo, draw the blank, bingo, draw the
Ideally,
blank,
yeah, that's
bingo, and that's essentially what he's going to have to do to win at this point.
I think the only other like, well, I'm sure there's many takes, but like one take I might have is, well, if Jason can pull both blanks, he scores 47 now. Draw blank. This pool's not great without blanks. There's a QU combo and X left, whatever. But there's also something to be said for ending the game really fast. Rosier,
From Jason's perspective,
I mean, he could kind of go all in on that, right? He just goes ahead, plays for 47, gets a good draw, bingos.
I don't think you can catch Dave doing that. Dave's going to score too many points. He's too good. To me, I would have fished a tile there.
Yeah. Maybe I should have been simming this one. This also, like, we really didn't talk about this play. Giros is arguably a better version of Rosier, because it sets up a new lane in the bottom left. Not a great one, but a new lane. gets rid of the G.
Yeah, it doesn't keep a G. I really
Yeah,
didn't
keeping
like the
ER.
G in
Yeah,
the way
which
things are going.
which is definitely fair. He still managed to not draw bingo.
Bird mine? I'm
Fine.
just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jiro's
Yeah.
was really nice. It was,
Yeah.
I think, superior to Rose. I would
Yeah.
have fished there, but
Mhm.
Jiro's was a pretty good way. But yeah, it's actually, it scores a lot, so it leaves
Yeah.
him down 40. So you're right. Maybe things aren't desperate enough for him to fish there. This Jason's actually not in a bad spot at all.
But it's still like, I mean, no matter what, it's still a good thought exercise, because there is a point such that even at this point in the game, you might be really willing to make a fishy play when you're down a lot because it is your best way back into the game. So this, I mean, it's an interesting thing to think about.
Yeah, it's all about pacing. It's
Yeah.
basically just, yeah, slow. When you're ahead, you're just trying to get the game over with as fast as possible. Just kind of block up the board, turn over a lot of tiles. When you're behind, you really want to draw things out as much as possible. It's a good principle.
How about Magnation?
Well, I mean, if Dave Wiegand plays it on you, you have to at least think about it. It's
Yeah.
not, I mean, in the world lexicon, there's only a 5-point penalty, which sort of reins in the possible abuse.
Yeah.
Is he
Thank
just
you.
gonna play Tay here? I was wondering about whether he would do this.
Yeah.
It's kind of the opposite of Arrive, where I mean, it scores really well, crucially, right?
It scores really well, but this is always the sort of play where I'm hesitant to make it because I like to kind of stick to
Stick to the
same.
plan.
Yeah, I want to stick to the plan. And to me, this doesn't really feel like it's sticking to the plan. Of course, you drew H blank, so
Yeah.
like,
Sometimes you just draw the blank on a
yeah,
two-tile draw.
yeah, disroot me, but and I mean, what a time to draw H blank when there's a spot where you can end a bingo in UT.
Yeah, when this happens, when I draw I know it's not really useful, but when I draw the blank on a short draw, after making a long play and not getting the blank, I think of it as kind
Yeah.
of cumulative vindication. Basically, it's like
Yeah.
I was rewarded for investing and
Yeah.
trying to turn over extra tiles,
Yeah.
and it didn't happen immediately, but that's
Yeah. So today, this is not shareholder capitalism.
Yeah. Why am I using all this finance jargon?
Shout out to Scrabble Crush. Thank you for the Prime subscription to Austin's channel. We are not Austin, but we love Austin. And we know that the scoring never stops. So thank you for the sub.
Not on our watch.
Yeah.
So, what do you think the alternatives were to Tay? He could have done Yeed, Yead, and Hota, but that would have kept ITU, which is really dreadful. Maybe there just wasn't a good alternative.
I mean, one thought was maybe, I mean, it's a sacrifice, but AYU in the top left to keep that better leave. It's kind of going
Keep
more
23.
more for points. I guess my fear is you're looking at 2 more U's unseen, and so Dave, like the DEITU rack can just get
But you do have the
so
Q.
bad.
We saw
You could, yeah.
we saw so many times yesterday
Right,
where
yeah.
people were keeping IOU, drawing the Q,
Yeah.
and immediately scoring 50 plus.
Yeah. If he had played AYU, guaranteed he draws the Q.
That's a Q magnet right there.
Yeah.
For sure.
So
Jason's side, down 71 points. Tay doesn't say a whole lot.
yeah.
We can tell that he's in a good measure of trouble, but from his perspective, he's got a chance here if he can navigate this and get to a bingo fast and try to draw one or both of the blanks. And yeah, again, I think you want to make a small fish here. You almost don't want to draw the blank prematurely because you're so close to a bingo that you want to get a natural bingo this turn, draw the blank, and then play the blank bingo to be able to keep up. I think he's just going to play moi here for 19. And yeah, this is exactly what I would do. Just block support a tiny little bit, but just kind of Dave can't block everything. I mean, Dave happens to have a bingo, but in the world where he doesn't have
Right.
one, Dave can't block everything. So you can get away with doing that small fish there.
Right. So like to give a shout out and a thank you to Bax West. Thank you for the Prime subscription as well. Don't forget, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a Twitch Prime sub every month. You could consider using it to support Austin, getting us a little closer to a hype train, which of course you'd love to see. But thank you all for coming here to watch, for chatting with us. We love when folks chat with us. Come by this afternoon. We'll be back here. You can keep chatting with us. We'll have more Scrabble action. This is interesting though. Dave, he'll play hideout, but it does seem like maybe Jason has a, I assume that that's a word. Through the B,
Unbribed,
unribbed.
unribbed.
That's I mean, I know what it means. Is it a valid Scrabble word?
Yeah, that's a word.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Unbribed would be funny, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if this falls into Jason's study range. He's sort of in a position where you have nothing to lose by trying it other than a boatload of spread.
Yeah.
But I think I think there's knowing Jason, having played a good amount of anagrams against him, I don't think he's going to try it unless he is at least reasonably confident
Yeah.
it being a word.
Yeah. Wow, look at this. Will was already a sub, but he's also done a prime sub. We're actually only one sub away from a scoring never stops hype train. Oh, it looks like we got there Lord Livgon as well.
Level 2.
Thank you both. Thank you both so much for the sub to Austin's channel.
That is awesome.
Subbing never stops. Thank you all so much. Thank you for watching. Keep it up. We know that Austin appreciates the support. The team here appreciates the support. And we just love being here so much that we're not even playing. We're just sitting here talking. And it's so nice and relaxing.
Yeah, it's hugely vindicating to see people tuned in,
Yeah.
commenting. Thank you all.
Yeah. Thank you all so much. I always think about something like, unribbed, where you're always looking, you see and ed, like you just naturally, it's like if you have able on your rack, you're always looking for those words. So I feel like he should see it.
Yeah, unribbed is pretty dumb looking in
Yeah.
the scheme of
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not surprised that I don't know if he probably, of course, when looking through, especially when you have the B, looking through the B is not obvious.
Yeah. But pays his respect to disc golf world #1, Gannon Burr. Important respects to pay.
Yeah, definitely a lot of. It's always interesting what crossovers there are between Scrabble and other activities. A lot of disc golf,
Yeah.
ultimate frisbee
Yeah.
for sure. We've had some pretty epic ultimate frisbee games over the year at the national
Yeah.
championships.
Current.
Disc golf as well,
Yeah.
definitely growing.
Yeah, I want to come back to some of those people first, but I also want to thank Penumbra as well as Magno. Thank you both so much for the tier 1 subs.
Oh, awesome!
Reached a new record. A new record for Austin's
Oh,
stream.
this is great.
So that's
Could be a
super
fun
cool.
present.
That's
Fun
super
present
cool.
it's like we handed your channel back over to you, and we left it better than we found it. We didn't
Yeah.
trash. We didn't
Yeah.
trash it or drive it into the
Yeah.
ditch or something.
We're actually almost at level 3. So if anyone's feeling like joining in the scoring never stops train, we're almost there. While Dave continues to think about what he's gonna do here. So I was gonna say our current TWL champion, Nigel Peltier, or one of the 2 champions. He was a almost junior worlds level ultimate frisbee player.
That's right.
He's in Portland, Oregon, and also a longtime expert, Peter Armstrong, also in Portland. He competed at the what was it, the Grandmaster, whatever, 50 plus worlds. His team made it to the champion, or not the championship game, but to the actual world tournament. So But on the disc golf side of things, the top TWL player in the country, Mac Miller, big disc golfer. He's actually playing disc golf this weekend instead of Scrabble.
Yeah, it look, it doesn't hurt your over the board Scrabble performance to be in good shape. I mean, look
Yeah.
at Nigel Richards, famous avid cyclist, endurance cyclist, very physically fit. It definitely can't. Not that you have to be any particular shape or size to play Scrabble brand crossword game, but it just for your stamina, it doesn't hurt to be in shape, and it's a good yin and yang.
Yeah. Looks like Nigel Peltier may have won a Scrabble brand crossword game tournament yesterday. So congrats to him for the scoring also never stopping. And that was super fun. If you didn't get to watch those finals games, except maybe the last one, spoilers, Nigel against Mac, that was a fun.
That was a special final.
Yeah. Sure. Battle of the Frisbee players. Literally what Mac is more known for.
So Dave here, just focusing back in a little bit on the game. So there are 10 letters remaining. Dave's up at 97 points, which is pretty good. 10 letters remaining is pretty good because it means your opponent just has limited time to get big scores in. The Q is lurking out there as both a threat of a potential large Q bingo, or alternatively, if you end up with a Q on your rack and the bag is empty and your opponent bingoes out, then you have to eat those 20 points. So Dave wasn't totally out of range, but he takes a big scoring play here of CX, which is some kind of paleo axe from England. As far as I remember, he could have done something there, also like Vax, but I think he may have preferred to make a longer play.
There's a very specific reason why he did it.
To do CX?
There were 10 tiles in the bag, and he played 4, which he did that very much intentionally. It means that Jason cannot bingo twice.
Exactly. So, So Jason does get the nice bingo down of nosedive here for 78 points, which catches him up a lot of the margin. But exactly, he is going to have 6 tiles on his rack. He is not going to be able to bingo again. So CX, getting the job done. Another thing he could have done there potentially is Valse that I saw under making eel, y'all, and me, which would have scored 35. Similar vibe of just play enough tiles that Jason can mathematically not bingo again. Valse would have kept the X, and here Dave just chooses to take the points now, guarantee the victory. Very nice.
Because who knows? Jason drew Q blank. Like all of a sudden he can play through the B, he could play through the A, he could play through the E. This gets a lot scarier. Or maybe Dave draws the Q here. And that's the key to making sure your opponent can't get those extra 50 points when you have that big a lead. Wanderer notes relax and ZOL, probably a better version of the SEAX play. Does keep the S. Probably nothing wrong with that. ALV versus ASV.
Yeah, but not sure even what the S does. Especially, I think they're pretty equivalent.
Yeah. In this case, it's gonna get close, perhaps with that really nice QI spot, but it's gonna be too little, too late. Also, may just get blocked, as we know. Dave is very good at end games. He may just play maybe vaped. He's definitely up there in terms of people who will get the majority of end games correct.
Yeah, you definitely want to block the Q play. One of the ways you can approach this playing the end game. Well, okay, so when I learned how to play end games from Kenji, the thing that he said that's always stuck with me is you first figure out your opponent's best play. That's how you start everything.
Yep.
And here, the blank makes things a little bit more complicated, but actually Jason does have other plays like Queen, QUEAN to the N at the top right.
Yeah.
And QI. So you don't want to sacrifice too much just to block here. But yeah, it's the beauty of Scrabble that when you reach the end of this game, it suddenly transitions from this statistical game to chess with letters. Basically, it is totally deterministic. There is a best play. That play is calculable, albeit sometimes it's pretty laborious to calculate. And Vaped goes down, so he's going to leave the Qin or QAN as a possibility. But it looks like if you followed us yesterday, a big question was making sure that you can go out first.
Yeah.
So Dave has ensured that there are 2 places for the LU, at least on the board. There's Love to the V at the top right. There's a Lud for 8 points at the bottom left. And Dave is going to go out first.
Back to us says, Nigel, if I recall correctly, makes mistakes 2% of the time in endgames. Other top experts, something like 48% mistakes.
I'm just going to be honest. I have never seen Nigel Richards make a mistake in the endgame. That is not the kind of mistake I've seen him made.
I've seen just the one that Will talked about, the setup that was technically he lost the game, and then his opponent didn't realize the counter setup. That's the only one I know of. Will, you can tell us which video is that?
I think I watched that one, but I've forgotten. So maybe I could say I have first.
Oh yeah, he messed up the SOS.
Yes, that is. Oh man, I remember that one.
Yeah.
People were mad about the SOS game.
Really? That's because it no more perfection.
I think people were mad about SOS. So yeah, Nigel Richards, maybe the only time he's made a meme play, played SOS for 3 points in a lost game, and
yeah,
people were mad at the time. It's like, well, he plays perfectly all the time, and he's just gonna lose by 150. It could affect the outcome of the tournament. But I think he won the tournament anyway. Yeah. So it was all moot.
Yeah. Hey, I once got to play both blanks for 1 point. I got to both blanks for 1 point. I once played a blank next to a blank for 0 points in games I had lost, because you know what? There's just things I want to be able to say I've done in life.
And there you go.
Yeah. And I probably didn't affect the outcome of the tournament. I'm also not Nigel, so do it that way you will. Yeah.
Yeah, Qin goes down.
But I have to wonder, people like Dave or maybe Will, I think of Jello Mochas as being a really good endgame player, Noah Walton, Mac Meller. Like, I have to imagine that the people who really like study endgames surely get more than half of them right. Like endgame 0 in the bag. I'm not talking about pre-endgames at all. Those are hard. I don't know. I wish we had this kind of data. That would be super cool.
I wish we had the ability to study them more efficiently.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Dave closes things out, plays the LU as anticipated, and he's going to hit that 500 point mark. Usually when you hit that benchmark as an expert, you feel pretty good. You're almost always going to win those. Not always in the World Lexicon, but most of the time hitting that 500 mark is a sign that all cylinders were firing. And Dave didn't have a totally gilded road to this point. He had to work through some interesting intermediate spots, and he did so with aplomb and
let's see what they're talking about. I bet they're very calm.
Been going a lot harder down there, at least.
Yeah. He's actually not 100% sure of Cinco's. I was just worried, maybe this is an adjective. Am I remembering this right? Thanks to my first play, won't ask my relatives to watch this game. They can watch the first game I was streamed.
Probably some good commentary, I would imagine.
Yep.
Didn't really leave room for too many extensions, unfortunately.
Nope. Well, I had my leave was knit, so I had anti. I feel like may have missed bingos the couple of terms before that. I just couldn't quite see anything.
Thanks.
All right. I guess that's about it for their post game conversation. Again, two super like very soft spoken, but like very even keel, nice human beings, both fun to be around, and just that's about what I would expect for a post game recap. I think we're gonna probably go to another couple minute break here before we come back for 2 more games this morning, and then 4 more games this afternoon. Please hang around, and thanks for all the subs for Austin's channel. Well, looks like we're back. And we have a tall order in front of us here. My goodness. We have Josh Sokol against Erickson WTF Jew Smith. Everyone knows him from online or doesn't. Who even is he? I don't even know. Can you tell me? Who knows? Anyway, we're back. New Orleans. Round 11. Should be fun.
The vibes are excellent with this one.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Average height of 2 meters.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm avoiding the 6'7" reference
yeah.
by using the metric system.
Yeah.
Seriously, I don't know why there's so many tall Scrabble players, but these are pretty much the tallest specimens we have available. And Josh starts good, goes progressively downhill, as we've all experienced in our
Yeah.
lives. I didn't mean to turn that into a non-Scrabble thing, but yeah, and Josh twerks it for us
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's
immediately.
how you got to.
He's doing what he has to do. Good man.
Yeah. Not a whole lot of great stuff for Eric himself here. He may just have to move on to the next rack. I don't know.
Yeah. Cleanup needed.
Yeah. Aisle 1. Who are you pulling for, chat, in this game? Everyone loves Josh. Everyone loves Eric. Josh a streamer, Eric a chatter,
And troll.
and troll. Oh my goodness. What a guy, Josh. I just need to learn how to do this. To FV, figure out how to draw infusive. Tell me, how do I do that?
Yeah. Eric is going to block this,
He's gonna
though,
block
with,
it, yeah.
Next. Very reasonable.
Yeah.
In the world lexicon, next takes an S.
Yeah.
So Eric sets himself nicely, and he even has ST, the 2-letter word, as a backup option if he does draw an S ending bingo.
Yep.
And it's the right side gets blocked. Well, he has the left as a fallback. So next
Yeah.
is a pretty nice consolation price.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to dig up some standings here. Bear with me. Stand by. But we're at an early enough juncture, especially given how bunched up things were yesterday. We're at an early enough juncture that really anything can happen. And
In fact, exactly halfway through.
are we really?
Yeah. Round 11 out of 20.
Yeah, it looks like in the tournament as a whole, we have the 2 Joshes in first and second place. One of whom we already saw first thing this morning. I don't actually know how that last round went, so my information might be slightly out of date. But Josh has at least 7 wins.
Yeah, I'm not sure myself either. I went and talked to folks, but didn't actually ask them about their games. I
Actually,
tend not to do
Josh
that.
is on 8 wins actually. So yeah, Josh Sokol is actually we are watching the tournament leader, a place that he's not unfamiliar with given his long track record of success in the last few years.
What do you do here if you're Josh? There's not like not an abundance of good plays. My goodness. You could play the S, but like, do you want to? I don't know. Do you want to play the S here?
Right. So one option here is you could go with Kufis here, and the nice things about that are it gets rid of one of the high pointers, gets rid of U, gets rid of the second I. He passes that up and he exchanges, which is that's pretty remarkable because he's given up 24 points.
Yeah, that's
to keep INS. Do you think an S is 24 points better than a V?
I don't think it is. And I don't think it is, on this board, if he plays Kufis, like, yes, basically you need an S to do much of anything. But I love the idea of your opponent can do nothing after Kufis unless they can play above the I, the double. It just brings the average score down so much. So that's why I don't like it here. what I mean, click. That's great. He leaves NRS. He gets kind of bailed out of it. Otherwise, he wastes his own S. I don't know. How about you? What do you think?
I think it's I can see why he did it because the S is so overwhelmingly valuable, or
Yeah.
you get access to these really high scoring potential bingos. Putting an S into space just helps Eric. He could bingo to that S that you're offering to him. But I think the 24 points is slightly more than I can justify sacrificing there.
Yeah.
But it was a good. If there's one thing to take away from the game today, it's not always about, for us mortals at least, it's not always about perfect play. It's about having a plan and executing on it. And Josh recognized the theme there of, well, actually, bingoing first with an S or having an S just makes it so much easier to bingo. So why don't I just keep it?
Yeah. Quackle suggested just playing Koofy, setting up the S.
I like that a bit. Do you think next signals an S?
I think it
because
does.
why would you play
Yeah.
next?
Yeah.
If you didn't have an S, your tiles are so bad.
Yeah. You'd probably just exchange.
Right. So
Yeah. So I feel personally feel pretty good about Koofy's as the play here.
yeah, but a really interesting spot.
Yeah.
And Josh's play is totally defensible there. Plays Phi here. 25 points. Again, trying to hold on to that S and hoping it turns into a high scoring bingo. Maybe he can hook the S on twerk and go right.
Yeah. Yes, we are in person in New Orleans, both of us. We haven't actually had a camera shot of us yet, but if you look at where to the left of Erickson's head, you can kind of see that door. We're about 10 meters on the other side of that door. Well, the door next to it, but
Jeez, good eye there.
We're right over there. So if you can see through walls, I'm like waving frantically at you right now. Meanwhile, getting a little bit of fun from
So
Josh here. Tianza, if you don't know who Tianza is, that's a reference to Matt O'Connor, who is playing in this tournament. We saw him yesterday play a heck of an interesting game.
yes,
A crazy closed board game against Jeff Teveno. Came down to the last play, really.
yes, the Emong game.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to call it from now on.
Emong game, yeah.
That's practically Will Anderson channel material. I don't know. I'm not Will, but I'm just
Emong Us.
yes. Dropped goes down here. Dropped is pretty interesting because you're kind of blocking the S hook that you just set up for yourself, but he also just has so many such limited options that it was actually kind of a creative way of basically of just forging his way forward and just trying again and see if he can get vowels this time.
Yeah, I'm like not really sure what I want to play there. It feels like
Click drop.
Click drop. There you go. It feels like kind of a TWL situation to me, like kind of what I used to experience more playing.
Right. It's like, well, my options here are a bag of rocks or
Yeah.
re-rusty nail.
Do I exchange? Like
Josh is thinking a little bit of time here. He didn't have a ready-made play. Satanic and twerks. I mean, wouldn't that just be the most fitting thing possible?
It would, yeah. Yeah.
I guess then we would know how Josh really felt. That's outstanding. Come on, you got to do it for the memes, Josh. The players cannot hear us, but I'm pretty sure the players cannot hear us.
Players cannot hear us. I mean, we kind of have our NPR voices going on anyway right now. If you don't have your lo-fi on in the background, then what are you even doing? I wish I had my lo-fi on in the background. I guess I could do that. I have pixel buds I could put in, but
if we have lo-fi, is there a hi-fi? What does hi-fi sound like?
just regular music.
Just regular music?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think that's
deep.
Yeah, I think that's the general
Okay. We come on. Satanic's actually even better than clickbait, but that is nice. You did that. Eric looks nonplussed. Eric is a pretty big troll himself, though, so I think he probably thought that was funny internally.
I would say, like, which one of them is a bigger troll? I mean, they're two of the
I think Eric has about a half inch.
half-inch. Yeah.
And we get the satanic twerks. That is just excellent.
Absolutely.
Eric has a pretty good reply here. He can just drop the Z. Phi takes the Z hook. He can just drop fizz, F-I-Z, and fizz and fizz, the two spellings of fizz. Well, there's a third spelling because he could use a blank and make it the double Z version.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could just play F-I-Z, P-H-I-Z.
That's
I
fine.
think that's pretty good there. 2 points.
Yeah. Whenever I have Zerf on my rack, I'm always looking for a spot to play Zerf, but he does have Zinks actually for quite a few points. So
Oh, yeah, never.
Yeah.
I retract everything.
yeah.
Don't judge us. It's hard out here.
I just
for his
I
crap
just want to
college.
know how to be Josh. Just teach me. I want to know how to do this. I guess he got a bunch of consonants. It'll take a couple turns, but
But with Zinks, I'm not sure that Josh is going to be able to immediately reply. So Eric is actually going to stay level here.
yeah.
I don't even think Josh can play to the right of the Z. So things are going to stay interesting here for a bit.
Yeah. I mean, he could even just play TED. That feels like a very Josh play.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You could try to draw into a 10-letter bingo from there, ending in the T.
Yeah.
That's pretty exciting.
Yeah. I am trying to quackle this one a little bit more. Dropped did actually sim best.
Yeah,
that
dropped was pretty
that was-
keen.
yeah,
I
that was
liked
a
it.
cool-
It was just a nice way of moving forward and
Yeah.
keeping a semi-clean rack. And yeah, sometimes, when you try to balance your rack, you drew the Z and the I and scored 70 points and found a pretty good way forward there.
Yep.
So if Josh had, what has Eric done?
Yeah, what has he done? I don't know.
Do I want to know what Eric has done? You, me, Wharf? He wants to meet me at a wharf?
What
What is he going to do to me? Maybe he's just playing the word wharf. Yeah, that's probably better. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna hope that's what he meant. And
Shout out to List Team over up somewhere, probably with some sheep somewhere. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you over on YouTube. We are co-streaming today. Pretty cool. Multi-streaming, whatever it's called these days. I don't know.
VTubing?
VTubing. I actually worked on a VTubing project at one point. It is a whole fascinating world. It is a
Yeah, I dig it.
very fascinating world.
That says Sokol's rack is actually terrible. Yep. Yeah, pretty bad.
I think he's gonna play Ted.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Very tubing. Were you at the Vancouver tournament? Sorry, I'm just gonna go here.
Oh no.
There was a Vancouver tournament. I think you were probably there,
Oh no.
where the Scrabble tournament was held. It was either in the same hotel or right next to Canada FurCon. So it was Canada's like national furry convention, and it was right next to the Scrabble tournament.
I do not. I went to the one at the Masonic Temple.
Oh
I
no,
don't think.
this was in Richmond.
Okay, yeah, I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't go to the furry con.
Okay.
I did not. Sorry, I didn't go to the tournament adjacent to the furry con.
We did not. I don't think any of us went to FurCon, but
I mean, this Scrabble tournament right now is at the same hotel as a cheerleading convention, or there's some kind of a major cheerleading competition in town.
that seems more
That's,
normal.
That is certainly more normal, but just you get some very interesting juxtapositions of
Yeah.
some sedate Scrabble players and high
Yeah.
energy cheer squads.
Yeah, but everyone could agree on watching the Broncos game last night. The Scrabblers and the non-Scrabblers were certainly mixed up over in the bar.
Yeah,
down
well,
the
that
way
was
from us.
mostly because of the free drinks and the
Also
offer
that
by
too. Yeah, the
competition
free
shit, but-
drinks also really bring people together. All right, chat. What are you doing? Are you all doing Ted here for the memes? And also, I don't know how else you score points. Are you exchanging? There's something to be said for doing something to that spot. Of course, you know, we have the omnipresent knowledge of knowing that Eric can't touch it.
I think Dant is
Dant.
pretty good here. I can't say I identified it, but the thing that I like about it, seeing it on the board, is he's preserving the high scoring spot to the right of Zinks. There's no guarantee that Eric had an A or an E.
Mhm.
And just the simplest way forward for Josh is to just draw a high point bingo on the rightmost lane of the board. And then Dant sets up another lane for himself that he can also try to draw into. So it's just a kind of a simple, it doesn't score anything, which is the only regrettable thing about it, but it just
Yeah.
kind of, it's a pretty, I like the way he decided to navigate that. And
Yeah.
just create open things, create another spot, and set yourself up for the big spot.
Of course, in this case, it turns out that it was about the worst thing he could do for Eric's not very good rack. He can play to the T, through the T. That H is just
Right.
just huge here.
That is the risk of opening
Yeah.
a triple lane like he did and doing it for 5 points. It's
Yeah.
pretty painful.
Yeah.
A hard move to stomach. You can see why he spent as much time as he did on that.
Yeah.
I wonder if he could have opened things in a way that was a little harder for Eric to use. For instance, what if he just does Tad in that spot instead of Dant?
Mhm.
And keeps Tad would have kept DENT blank. And you kind of have to have an S to use that hook. Zinks just spent an S.
Yeah.
Only 2 S's remaining. I think I would have done Tad there instead of Dan.
For whatever it's
Frith goes down 45 points, so
Yeah.
he doesn't play Firth,
Yeah,
which
he
which
may
is
have
the
missed-
best.
may
That's
have missed that. Yeah.
Collins only.
Yeah.
It's the the backronym or the
Yeah.
reverse furthest is a word, therefore Firth.
Yeah.
Most
for
Firth.
further and furthest.
But Frith is still really solid.
Yeah.
Of course, Josh is just going to be glad that he did his plan worked out and he did draw bingo here.
Yeah.
So, but it was Dan actually came at a considerable cost at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, in a sim, it got crushed pretty badly. Most notably, just the bingo percentage, according to Quackle, only 75% after Dance and still 60% after Ted. So you're essentially sacrificing 10 points for not really a 10-point gain. You're also, gonna it's kind of a wash actually in terms of opponent next score. Dant actually gives back more on average in a vacuum with no
Right.
inference. So
Yeah,
it just feels weird. I don't know.
one of my go-to Scrabble heuristics for playing the game, which someone should just make a compendium of them and then publish them and steal my intellectual property. But
Yeah.
basically, when you're on a close board, there is a massive penalty for being the first person to open, and you basically just want to open if you either are gonna cash in on it, or your opponent can't use it, or if you're bingoing. Otherwise, you really want to. There's such a penalty for opening things up and giving your opponent options. That's what Dant did right there. It basically gave Eric options where he had very little going on.
I think this is actually like even more true in TWL because there's often just fewer options. So like in cons, there's usually like there's something, but like TWL, you just get the smackdown laid on you. I don't know.
Yeah,
But I think it holds true for in all cases. I completely agree.
yeah. I think there's more of a chaos factor in Collins.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
anything can happen at any point in time. It's
Yeah.
hard to play truly airtight defense. I think you're right about that.
Yeah. Anyone see the fun play for Eric here? Doesn't look like Weem plays for very much anywhere, or doesn't even play at all.
If lim, LIM, was a
That would
word,
be-
he would
oh.
have a cajillion points.
be
Instead,
great.
it would be worth 0.
Yeah.
He is a fun play.
I mean, yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, well, I don't see anything that I would classify as fun, so I got to keep looking here.
What is the actual definition of this word?
Uh-oh.
Could be so bad. Oh, well, that's really a very
That's pretty.
that's an
innocent.
innocuous definition.
That's pretty.
But do you?
innocent.
So the word is bumwad. Do you think that just means like a piece of paper that's been stuck in someone's pants that they use for like?
No, it's British slang.
Oh, it's British slang. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, that's a nice way out of it. He sees it.
But
It's
you-
always fun when you see those
Yeah.
6-letter, a little esoteric,
Yeah.
lesser studied.
But look at what it would set up. It would set up a double lane of be dropped.
Holy cow, is that really good?
Yeah, be dropped.
E dropped.
Yeah. That one I didn't have to really look up, but bumwad I wasn't really. I don't know if I would have found that.
Wow, but dropped is insane.
So this could be kind of fun.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Josh's game, the first game of the day, where he saw beshouted, and we actually found out that his opponent Thomas didn't see it.
Yeah.
And a lot of another way that a top expert can differentiate themselves is by just taking advantage of their deep word knowledge to concoct these scenarios.
Yeah.
Like he could, if he doesn't think Josh is going to find bedropped, I mean, bumwad would keep the E, right? So that could actually be a really brilliant way, and crafty way of making the absolute most out of his holdings. If you think your opponent's, even if you know bid dropped, I think it's pretty hard to spot.
Yeah. You also have the advantage, like if you're the person making the play, maybe like you're like, oh, I'm setting this up, and maybe the opponent isn't quite as likely to notice it.
Right. I'm a huge fan of setups. It's funny,
Oh,
Josh just looking at the camera. I wonder what are you trying to tell us, Josh? But I'm a huge fan of setting things up like that, and just you don't want to. You just don't want you want to give your opponent a chance to, even if you think they're going to know it. There's no guarantee they're going to spot it there, and people even forget about hooks all the time.
Yeah.
A lot of times the hook gets played, then you just get distracted by the vicissitudes of the game, and your opponent plays a hook, and you say, "Darn, I knew that one. Wow, how did I forget about that?"
Yeah. Josh actually has superhuman hearing, so he's just trying really hard to hear. We really could probably close the door, but
We probably should do that.
if anyone on the stream team is out there listening to us from behind the fourth wall, I get a little nervous just in case like I randomly lose my mind. But sorry, and just to before I went on about losing my mind, which I probably already lost anyway. Josh is also a huge fan of setups, or
Yes,
threatening setups, or fake setups, or any sort of setup.
yeah. If you were with us yesterday, yeah, if you were with us yesterday, that was one of the things we alluded to about Josh's unique flavor of top expert play.
Yeah.
And how he's sort of this third generation of expert that combines the best of the defensive, blocky, strategic flair that we historically had with the open aggression, and just finds these really clever ways to get aggressive. And Wab I don't know why I pronounced the B as a P, but I guess I get something about the satanic twerking that got to me there. But
Yeah.
Wab goes down for 23 points, and it's pretty reasonable. I don't even really know that that's worse than Bumwad, especially because it keeps things so tight. Of course, if you see bedropped, then then I think you got to go full Bumwad there.
Yeah, I think so.
The Q comes down instantaneously.
Yeah, kind of lucky, not lucky. I'm fortunate for Josh that he has a good spot to play it.
Yeah,
because his tiles suck.
Gets to put a little time pressure on Eric too. These guys are both pretty low already. That was a tough move for Eric. He really had to think through a lot there.
Yeah.
I don't mind where he ended up, but these hard moves really add up.
Yeah, it's just not very inspiring, I guess. He'd also considered Wame. With all the E's left, maybe I would have opted for Wame just to get a couple more points, turn over another tile. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the BU combo is so despicable.
Yeah.
I almost went for
Yeah.
diabolic. Since this is kind of a meme game, I almost went for diabolical, which
Yeah.
is what all the kids are saying, but despicable seemed more apt.
Yeah. Wax for 29 would have been kind of interesting. It does kind of block that ST lane, which you don't really want to do, but ABEMU is kind of a stomachable leave, I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah, Wax, the insertion there is pretty crafty. I can't
Yeah.
say I saw that one. But blocking ST is actually pretty essential, even though he doesn't have the S yet,
Yeah.
and both the blanks are gone. Well, maybe both the blanks being gone means that if you're Eric and you're thinking of your plan for how you're going to come back from 78 points down, I think a lot of that depends on drawing an S and getting down a bingo hooking ST. I think that's going to be pretty vital.
Yeah.
I guess Wob, part of the problem with that is it was also quite blocky, but he's at a deficit, so he sort of made his own task a little harder. I like Alamo as a first step towards opening things back up again. You could do
Yeah.
Alamo, and the next turn you can play up to the you can open the triple lane. I think that's a good play.
Yeah.
Maximize the chances he draws an S.
Yeah. And scores well too. I mean, that's just like it's kind of it accomplishes everything he wants here, right?
Yeah, nice play.
Thanks to all who've come over from any posts from Wanderer 15, either today or just in general. We love folks joining the community from other games, from other universes, from other anythings really.
Planets.
Yeah. But please, I mentioned this yesterday. I'm going to mention it again today. Please make sure you're talking to your local congressperson and telling them that Wanderer 15 should be streaming more. It's kind of an issue that he's not. We need more cat cam. We need more good, fun, wholesome Scrabble content. So again, if you haven't been lately, just consider it. Doesn't take very long. It's important that people know how important this issue is.
I was wondering where that was going for a minute.
I just want Will to stream more. Anyway, back on planet normal.
Yeah, so Josh lines up Yeet just to really maximize the meme potential of his holding, which is something you always have to do.
Yeah.
I don't love Yeet here because if you play it where I think he's thinking about playing it under Phi and click, it's going to get back a pretty monstrous response on the triple word score.
Yep.
And I don't think you want to give your opponent free points like that simply because
just no reason.
That's one of the simplest ways for your opponent to get back in the game is you give them a spot for 50-point play and they take it.
Yeah.
Easier to do that than the bingo, right?
Yep. And if he doesn't take the points, he's most likely going to reopen the board playing up above it because it actually gives a pretty decent reopening spot above. So I don't know.
Right. So if Yeet is on the board and you have the CHE, then almost any vowel goes in front of the CHE, right? The ache, etch, ECHE,
Yeah.
och, osh, I'm not going to pretend to know how to pronounce that.
Yeah.
Uche. Yeah. So the AEO go there. Yeah. Right. So you risk things getting out of control after Yeet, and I think Josh, it looks like he's rejected it. He's just going to play lie and he's going to actually beat Eric to the pass there and prevent him from opening the top right into a new lane. I think that's pretty
and also
principled.
Also nice to kind of block that IES IER lane next to dropped. It does have kind of a dual purpose in terms of blocking. And yeah, on a quick sim, the blank YE plays do jump to the top. Actually, very interesting.
Rye to set up a T.
It's the last T.
Oh, that's very cool.
So turns out actually especially for someone like Josh who likes these sorts of plays. That's probably an actual mistake. I don't know if I would have noticed it myself. TRYE is a pretty obscure 4. But if you look at it, no more T's except for the one on Josh's rack. He basically has free reign at a big play next turn.
Right. RYE with setting up TRYE
Yeah.
on the topmost row. That's
Yeah.
very Nigel-esque.
Yeah. But that notwithstanding, Lai does jump to the top of a sim. So
Yeah, it's one of those cool takeaways strategically. Actually, setups. If there's one thing I learned from watching Nigel games, other than the fact that he is a demigod,
Yeah.
it is that setups can be really lucrative when you're ahead. And I think we tend to think of it as something almost like a last resort that you would
Yeah.
try to do only when you're trailing substantially. But Nigel regularly sets up really powerful plays by just making these observations that anyone can make of, hey, I have the last tee, and then capitalizing on that.
Yeah.
And they're just a great way to guarantee continuous flow of scoring. So I love making setups when ahead. And
Yeah.
I think when we tell Josh about that, he's going to be a little sad he didn't see that one, because it's
Yeah.
very much the kind of thing that Josh tries to do.
Yeah. Something I want to note here is Erickson plays bum, leaving 3 vowels and 1 consonant. If you look at the tile pool,
6 S's remaining, 3 I's.
and before it was 22 vowels to 14 consonants.
Yeah, I wonder if he looked.
I mean,
I wonder if he looked and saw that. Sometimes I've definitely had the experience before of like you make a routine play of like, yeah, I should be kind of balanced here.
yeah.
Then you draw 3 I's and you look at the pool and you realize you've
Like,
made a terrible
oh,
mistake.
oops, yeah. So I don't know if he considered that there. I mean, most of his other plays imbued or whatever kind of block up the board.
Well, what was he gonna do otherwise? That's kind of the issue there.
It seemed like maybe imbued to the D, which does block a lot.
What about just Mitch there? MICH?
Oh, just opening. It's the same thing though, right? Like the EUI to 14 I's left in the bag or whatever.
Yeah, Miche, MICHE. You do that, and then you have a bailout if you where you can, if you draw the second S, you can cash one of them for Miches, and then you can try to draw a bingo at the top left. I don't know. I'm just not a great spot. I'm just trying to get creative.
Yeah, I mean LYE does not scream S on opponent's rack.
Yeah, quite the opposite.
Yeah. Mo Green, thanks for showing up. An excellent commentator, a really great strategic player, suggesting keeping IES to go for IEST. I would also argue
that makes sense.
Yeah, I would argue though that there's so many E's left that even just keeping IS imbued keeps IS. It's almost just as strong in terms of what you might be doing.
Right. Even if you're not trying to, you're probably just going to end up with a couple of E's.
Yeah.
Or an E.
In many ways, I actually think that imbued is an improvement on that thought. So Evo comes down. If you don't know all the spellings of Evo, you should go look them up. They're kind of the opposite of what we are. We have no Bacchic frenzy this morning. We're just kind of chilling. And this has kind of turned into kind of a nightmare for Eric at this point. Do you ever consider playing at the bottom? Just because, like, as soon as Josh plays there, you're just in so much trouble.
Plays where?
In the bottom left.
I mean, hey, this is a really nice scoring play. I think I like it. Good.
Yeah.
I talked already today about the importance of trying to slow the game down when you're trailing and just playing 2 tiles and scoring a good amount. This is exactly the kind of thing he wants to do.
Especially, I mean, this feels like unusually so because of the volatility of the bag. Like, with this many vowels, but all like decent 1-point tiles, eventually he'll hit it eventually.
There are a ton of disaster draws in there for sure.
Just something to be said for giving yourself a chance to keep drawing them. But This is a disaster scenario for Eric now. Something like teeny for like 50 coming down. Just
Without opening anything. Pretty
yeah.
rough.
Oh, that's yeah.
Some consolation, he can score a bit there at least.
Yeah.
14 vowels and 8 consonants unseen that's pretty remarkable.
Yeah.
So we're kind of getting into the pre-end game portion of the game where you go from pure statistical randomness to where you start to have some inklings and ability to see into what specific plays and letters your opponent might have. The J stands out there. The J is not really going to play anywhere exceptional,
Yeah.
except for at the bottom left. But even that alone is maybe enough.
I feel like JOL for 26 in the top right with all the O's to come just seems like the odds of that getting played are just so high.
It's pretty likely too. I think if you're Eric here, you should at least think about doing VIE instead of VIN. There's no more N's remaining. In fact, I guess there's a couple of R's in there, but what do you think? Would you consider going VI here, or do you think VIN?
I think I'm taking VIN just because there's only 2 more E's now, and for
Right.
that IEST, the
That
IEST,
is pretty important.
yeah, and you can get away with having a 4-vowel rack for the IEST more often than you would for other shots. So I'm okay with it here, but I think the thinking makes a lot of sense. In some cases, yes, you would want to play by here for sure.
Yeah, and as far as people suggested in chat that we could exchange here, but as far as why not to exchange, if you think about what Josh was going to do, if Eric exchanged, he just plays goer and TO, PEE, and a share, CHER, scores 30 with absolute junk.
Yeah.
And by covering that spot at the bottom left, he is at least, Eric has at least forced him to
Yeah.
get a little more creative. And then we see Eric has finally gotten there. He's spreading Gladius. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of other threats on the board, so I don't know if he's going to get this one down. This is the most important play of the turn of the game.
Yeah. And I mean, just Josh's letters, like this is the time. The letters are just dreadful.
Yes.
Like,
absolutely.
And it's close enough where like if Josh tries to block and then maybe Eric plays bingos through his block or bingos to the L up in lie or something. Like all of a sudden the outscoring kind of comes into play, like Josh plays a blocking play, keeps a really bad leave, as we've talked about sometimes happens with these blocking plays. Like all of a sudden Eric could bingo and just win. So does Josh ever just, I don't know, does he ever change tack here? Does he play something like, I don't know, Org or Rogue next to Udo to just scoring never stops and go up 90 or go up 80? I don't know.
Well, Obo's gone down. So Josh's taking a different direction entirely, which is he's going to see if he has any chance of responding. He's going to give Eric one more chance to get a bingo down.
Yeah.
Of course, the bingo to the T.
It's like the worst case scenario.
The absolute worst case scenario. Josh can probably fend off a bingo.
What? Is dislealing a word?
No. Disleal means unloyal.
That's what I thought. Is he missing Gladius? No. What?
Are you just showing it for the memes?
Huh? I thought disleal meant disloyal, but
gotta do Gladius.
What? This would be like the greatest troll of all time.
Gladius 86.
This would be an incredible troll if he plays Gladius now, but like
he's changing it. He trolled.
That had to have
5 minutes on his clock, and he took the time.
That had to have been like one of the greatest trolls I've ever seen. Like that.
Come on, I saw disleal, but I thought he was just putting it as a red herring on the top of the board.
Like
I guess he's also getting revenge with Josh because Josh put down clickbait and then bingoed on him.
Yeah,
Eric is basically saying, "Well, I can play that game too."
I mean, if you think about it, like in many ways, there definitely is a mental elements to like the confusion and the like, oh crap, he does see it. In theory, the benefit of a play like Obo is, kind of had the best possible leave. that he was really going to have in that case. So in theory, Josh is in the best situation he could be. Of course, we know now, well, he knows this as well. He picked up a second U, which is really, 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 really not what you want to see here. So this is
gonna be fascinating.
yeah. I mean, I think Eric's probably the favorite here at this point, right?
Josh flashed the French bingo rouge, which means redness, which it would even play, but can't resist the memes even in a tense situation. Gotta credit the commitment to the act.
Yeah. And this is brutal for Josh here. I mean, he just went
Super interesting.
from basically being, most likely winning to, I mean, he's an underdog at this point, unless there's some great play I don't see.
But think about Josh's position. What if he just, instead of oboe for 15, what if he just plays gut for 4 to the tee?
Well, so
What does Eric have ever?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that's the question is, if that ever is too much, does he ever just immediately get outscored? I'm not sure.
For the rest of the game,
I don't know.
he was up so much. I just think he missed a chance to block.
Or maybe gout, maybe just get rid of one of the O's.
Yeah. Same difference.
Yeah.
No ends left, right?
No,
but we saw the last end go
Yeah.
down, so the
Yeah.
G is a really safe tile. So
yeah. I mean, it was truly like Josh could kind of see the worst case scenario. It was an IEST bingo.
yeah, he accepted the risk and it backfired. But Eric
Yeah.
also had a lot of turns to make that happen,
Exactly.
too.
Yeah.
So you have to. Sometimes I see people in this situation say, express frustration. I got unlucky. It's like this is kind of inevitable if you wait long enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, that J is it could be a really nice weapon for Eric. Friending Ahi. AJI, that is 39 points. Yeah, thinking about Rogier here. I think Rogier is pretty crafty. The idea with Rogier is he's so there are 3 tiles remaining. With Rogier, you're basically just trying to end the game first. We've talked about this several times as a theme in the end game of just trying to get out first. And Josh's letters don't do a lot else, but if you can just draw the right letters, and the problem is the pool is so horrible.
It's
It's like if you're bringing a U, there's still another U unseen.
Right.
It's actually Josh is probably looking at this thinking, man, what can I even if I play Rogier, what can I even draw to go out? He almost has to keep maybe he can keep the R and go for rogued.
Yeah.
And then try to
I like that more.
Draw a 5 tile out. That R is going to be so helpful.
Yeah. The R is like very I think it's a very valid line to take here to try to go for the best outplay.
Rogued, rouge, something like that.
Yeah. Unless there's some sort of like likely bingo hit, I just don't really see that happening.
Yeah, rogued also blocks some of the J plays or some of the cheaper. It makes it a little bit harder to cash in on the J. So that's what I'm starting to think he might have to do.
Yeah.
Going Rogier.
Yeah. I think it's
similar style.
Yeah. I think it is possible. It looks like he is going with Rogier has been played.
Yeah. Eric can play Ajies here, AJIES.
One of our favorite words.
Well, Fogu, yeah. Fogu is going to go out in 2 spots.
Wow. I mean, I guess I think he can just outscore at this point, yeah?
If he just plays Ajies?
I think so. Or even JEU.
Where's oh yeah, Je is there.
Yeah, so it looks like either of those plays are the best plays, but in general, there are a number of plays here that win for Eric. So that's
still going to try to optimize it.
Yeah,
I'm sure. And the optimum here should really be to block Fogu in both spots. What if you do?
Actually, it turns out, according to Quackle, that's not quite Zhu or Ajies. I can't even
Oh,
pronounce
he's
that.
not supposed to block. Interesting.
Just barely. They just score so much.
Okay. Yeah, but I see some.
After that, though,
Yeah,
yes,
it's not
the Salu usage, etc.
not super easy to block, but yeah, usage keeps Ahi or Jai. Actually, Jai is probably the threat next to Rogier, and then you have Jail at the top
Yeah.
right as well. So I see. So it's not, or you have Jai,
Yeah,
Adu, and Ire. So that makes sense. So you don't have a wonderful way to block.
yeah,
Salue, Salue.
yeah.
That's a funny word.
Yes, it has a funny past tense.
Means salute. It's like from some Proto-English form where
Yeah.
they hadn't quite decided if they were going to throw the T in there or not. In French, salut, S-A-L-U-T,
Hmm.
the T is silent. So
Yeah.
that's how we end up with salut, S-A-L-U-E in
Okay.
English.
And the past tense.
Actually, I just made that up. It's pretty plausible, right?
Okay.
I think that's probably what happened.
Yeah. So I don't know. Does Eric not see Fogu? Because he's got Ahi spelled out, which is not one of the winning plays, I
Wasn't-
don't think.
Where does Ahi even go?
I don't know. I was kind of wondering.
Yeah, just play Je here.
Yeah.
If all else fails, just play Je and
Yeah.
and take the win.
Yeah.
Like I would be very especially with the pressure of the
Yeah.
clock running down, and
Yeah.
it can't really. It just looks like a win.
Yeah. It's like don't
Chat-
don't overthink this.
Chat calling me out on my pseudo etymology. I genuinely think that's where it came from.
Yeah. Uh-oh, now he's just knocking his tiles everywhere.
The meltdown imminent.
Yeah.
We've seen worse.
Yeah.
I don't want to jinx him like that.
Yeah.
I think I really this was a really cool game. I think Eric had really pretty bad racks for
Yeah.
large stretches of it, and
Yeah.
he found ways to navigate through it that were sensible and
Yeah.
Yeah.
he basically just kind of kept himself.
Wait, he's thinking about playing JAI. I don't think that wins.
Oh, you put the JE back over there.
Just
Just play.
don't overthink it, man. Because FOGOU is a missable play. Like
For sure.
from Josh's perspective, like
Should I just not talk so that I don't jinx Eric? Because I was just saying.
I'm worried about him right now. He's holding it, but like the clock's running down.
Oh,
If you
I
make that wrong snap judgment, like
just how can you lose if you play?
yeah,
if you play it,
because like Jai Hai, however you pronounce it, keeps multiple, I think, like outplays. So he's maybe saying like, oh, I'll just go out in 2, which makes a lot of sense if you don't know that your opponent
even
has.
Ahias is
Yeah,
enough.
Ahias
Not
is
Ahias.
just as
Okay,
good,
good.
yeah,
Yeah, good job.
yeah.
Good job, Eric.
And that was the
Nice.
first thing he found like originally. And so I wonder when Josh plays Fogo
You might
now,
be pretty surprised.
yeah, Eric's like, oh geez.
Dodge a bullet there.
Yeah. So this is tied for the best play according to a Quackle analysis.
Great work, Eric. Yeah.
Wow. And I think when this is done, we're gonna go right to the overhead mic or the table mic. Love to hear what they're thinking.
Really cool game. What so I have one last question for you. What
Yeah.
with Rogue? What
Oh,
we
yeah,
know what he would have
right,
gone.
yeah,
How does Rogue fare? Because Rogue, he would have had FOORU.
Yeah.
I guess that doesn't actually do a whole lot.
Doesn't do a whole lot.
Oh,
yeah.
Fju sighting on the board. Clock stop. Clock stop. Must be official. That is Eric's.
I have no idea what just happened. We'll let them figure out. He actually committed it. All right. Well,
He accepted.
he accepted it and then went over on time because it wasn't an outplay. All right, let's hear what they have to say about this.
No way, man.
Let's hear what they have.
39941. Is that good? The Rogier? No,
Disleal? Well, I think disleal is the word, but I saw this, of course, I just wanted to put it on the board. I don't know if dislealing is a word, but I would have tried it if I didn't have that.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm supposed. To play here. Must have blown it somehow. That's crazy.
No, dislealing's not a word. But disleal is. I didn't know.
I must have blown it. I must have blown it somehow. Wow. Yeah, I kept rogue with this, with oboe. I could have played like rouge here or something, left 7 in the back. I felt I could just as easily get outmaneuvered after that. Like, keeping 2 vowels, I could draw 5 vowels. Your plays were ridiculous. So, like, how many vowels are in the bag? Like, every single time you made a play, like, oh my god, the bag is literally vowels.
I had 5 vowels several times.
I'm probably not supposed to do this. I'm probably supposed to try and block.
Yeah, I was fully expecting just to play here, like, because this is like
It's the thematic play, but it just felt like, how am I going to defend after bad draws? After rouge keeping 0-0 or whatever it was. Yeah, rouge keeping 0-0. Like, what? How do I defend? I guess I can try. There's just so many ways for you to open things and leave this open. If you have the right letters, it feels like I'm just getting. I feel like I outrun so many bingos after this. I don't know.
You're probably right. I mean, that's like the worst, one of the worst things you can get hit with.
Yeah, that was a really, really cool game.
Is it okay if I
Kept
go
on
over
going
the
for
board,
the
Christian?
Y and
Or-
like the T's.
Wow, yeah, I could never hit it. Well, when I played this, I could have hit it here, but there was so.
But it's a good
comebacks
lane.
here,
It's
so
also a
big.
good lane for you. Like, it's a reasonable lane for you. You don't
Gotta
necessarily.
talk to them because
Let's see how we go. This is a
I don't know
crazy,
where Connor-
crazy play. That was such
This
a
one?
cool game. That was such a cool game. Nice job.
I'm not sure if I checking out of WHIFT. Is that a word?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I can't risk like losing my turn.
What did I miss? Well, that's a good sign.
I think we're wondering about
About what? Oboe? Oh yeah, so was I.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
like
Even I was like, yes, that.
So was I.
I mean, you played it fairly fast. We didn't have a lot of time to think about
He didn't have a lot of time to think about it either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we were leaning like maybe it's better to just play out.
Oh, gout.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was expecting him to play it because like, there's nowhere else.
Yeah.
That's weird.
But we have not analyzed.
It was oboe versus rogue or rouge for me. Rouge leaves 7.
Oh, I thought you would play Rouge here or here.
No, I mean, if I'm gonna play here, I can block this shit. Like, what's the point?
So outscore.
Yeah, but to outscore him, I need consonants.
Yeah. Well, you're not getting many ones.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah.
That was an awesome game.
It was a tight end game. Like you would Fogu in 2 places, and like I can
It was
play
not
here.
tight.
Are you sure?
The exchange, your exchange was interesting.
Unfit. Oh, Kufi's, yeah. But he has, yeah, S is in his range so
Right.
much.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
Kufi was like, nah.
Not just
Kufi's was interesting, yeah. But I don't want to make the board S dependent and get rid of my S. Yeah.
You had one crazy play on Wab.
Oh,
You could have played Bumwad setting up B drops.
I didn't see that.
That's crazy. It wasn't like only a marginal bet. It was just kind of cool.
I would have played that.
Yeah, that's cool. I just,
This does not take an S in columns, does it?
I don't. I wouldn't.
I was slightly worried about it.
the troll of the century, obviously. And
Yeah.
It's just like we all like. You waited so long that we were starting to believe you really didn't see Oblivious.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're just like he's trolling. He's trolling. Wait.
If I didn't have that, I would have played it.
Oh, no, that's,
There
that's,
must be something. I don't know, maybe I play Rogue then. No.
Uh,
I think I
just
need
thought
to
about just
empty.
playing rogues here. saving the R. That was the only. I mean, it wouldn't matter in this case, but that was like keep the vowel maybe. I mean, sorry, no,
Keep it
don't
constant,
keep
yeah.
it constant.
No, it could be the R lets me go out somehow more because
But
I need a J.
playing for the outplays.
I just need but I need a J. I don't need an out. I mean, I need an outplay, but I also need a J.
I mean, you should empty the bag as far as possible.
Probably, right? I mean, there's Gookin, there's Roosh, but I thought of trying to get some disconnected 11.
Yeah, I don't think this was acceptable.
Yeah,
I held it.
And then you went over on time.
Well, no,
I
it was
hit,
frozen.
I hit it in 1 second, but it kept.
He's not. I'm not gonna.
I thought you were like trying to get the spread exactly.
Do you
right.
have it? Do you have it? I mean, just let's enter the score before he tells us what the actual score was. But we have it as 12 or 2. I mean, I'm
I
not
counted
taking-
all your plays.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's funny, like because Josh had it now. So,
Yeah.
Wait, so why was it accepted?
Because.
Just because.
they had all sorts of.
I was gonna win.
Like, he made a clickbait play,
Yeah,
and then he trolled him back. It was really good.
Yeah, it was good. It was awesome. It was a really good game. I'm obviously like tilted about it. But
Oh, actually, Josh, you did have one really cool. You actually.
Christian, do you want to cut back over to me so I can take it to a break? Or we can just keep listening.
what
We
turn?
played LYE.
Yes, that seemed like such a cool position.
Yeah, so there was RYE.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. I'll just go.
Wait, what did you say?
Sorry, I hope it's okay that I'm saying this. I'm not trying to tilt you or anything. Sorry, maybe I should be talking.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Maybe I should shut up. I don't know. He played LYE, which was the best play. Except he played RYE because he had the last team.
Oh shit! Yeah. That's
wasn't the
actually
best play.
no. That's the.
Well, I mean,
That Rye is the best play.
yeah.
Why did I
You were playing the right approach. You're playing the right line. That's what I should
That was a
We'll
problem.
play it
I didn't think far enough. I was just trying to make a word that didn't have any hooks
Yeah.
when I should have been thinking about those hooks.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a bad mistake. Okay.
Cool game.
What?
Cool game. Yeah.
Really cool game.
Yeah.
One of the. It's probably not right, but I was trying to mess around with the crackle afterwards to figure out what to do on the Romeo turn. One suggestion was just play duo,
Oh yeah. It
For
loved
4.
duo for 4.
and it blocks every J play that it has. I don't know how you win there exactly, but
I mean, it's a big
you just leave one in the bag and just say, well, your letters suck, so good luck.
Yeah, it's because of Gorgeous. It's because of Gorgeous to the S.
Yeah.
And I could have drawn that.
Or Gougere.
Gougere's? Yeah.
Gougere is drawable.
Go with the J.
I could have
Good
drawn-
years,
I
trouble.
Yeah, I could have drawn Gorgeous if I played
Yeah.
duo.
Yeah, but either Gouger.
No, you have 2 R's.
Yeah.
So you have to play an R on it. You can play Erd. Yeah, I don't know. Something.
Is there another game? Oh shit.
I mean, other games are just starting.
Wow.
Well, what do you know? We're back. We're still in New Orleans. We haven't left. It's round 12. CSW, Collins International Lexicon Dictionary, etc., etc. We have Josh Sokol. He's going to be back after that tough loss against Erickson Smith. He may have more of a chance this game because he's playing Kevin Fraley, who is not quite as tall as Josh.
The average height is decreased to 6'6".
Yeah. So I think Josh should be okay here. No. But for real, this should be a fun game. Kevin's always a pleasure to watch. Josh, can kind of do his all over the place style. Kevin, quite methodical, pretty slow. Often can get closer to some of the time pressure, but again, immense word knowledge.
Yeah, Kevin's just had outstanding success over the last, I don't know, decade in both lexicons. One of the few multi-lexical warriors. Although I think he's now fully on the Collins side, but he's really proven his mettle in both the lexica, which is really impressive.
Yeah, because he was kind of coming up when I was coming up in the mid 2000s in the Bay Area, and I think he, largely speaking, kind of took a break or like a partial break for a while. I think when he had kids, and then came back with like a vengeance. Like, my goodness. Yeah, what's that like, taking a break from Scrabble to?
It's not always so much a premeditated thing as much as a survival tactic.
Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Could have started with finito. Starts with ganif, a valid spelling of ganif, mind you.
Yeah, finito. Naked G's are bad, even with a couple of I's on the board and an N. G's are, that's generally not where you want to build a rack off of. IT is already every difference, or every little bit counts in the early stages of the game, and keeping that IT is already a significant upgrade over the G.
Good old naked G's.
I don't know why I use that terminology, but I don't regret it.
Would do again. It's be interesting to see how Kevin starts off here. Kind of feels like his best play is pretty obvious, but as I mentioned, he tends to play on the more slow side earlier in the game. Not quite to like the classic Picorn level, but I definitely think of Kevin whose game speeds up throughout the game. I guess sometimes
possibly out of necessity.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, I feel like you often are one of the start slower, finish faster. I'm not implying out of necessity.
Also out of necessity. I'm not
fair.
You could do a hem here, which would set up Vex. I don't know that it's really any better than just playing the X now, but I feel like I had to point it out because it's whenever you have these power tiles early on, and there's not a lot of obvious spots for them yet, there can be okay, interesting. There could be a premium on creating spots for yourself. And yeah, hex is pretty standard. I guess the reason to play a hem is the M and V combo is quite poor.
Yeah.
And I would like to offer myself a pathway out of that.
Yeah.
But very reasonable play.
Yeah. And the M being quite a good tile, it's really like where you want to have a plan for getting rid of the V next turn if at all possible.
Right. On Josh's side here, I'm doing my best to read these stream comments with a poker face. But Josh is in a nice place here. He has an S. And I think the pathway I would love to follow here in his shoes is play off my worst tiles. Maybe literally just play off the YU, draw a bingo that hooks Ganifs, and take an early lead.
Yeah.
What do you think of just YU here? U and Goo.
I mean, it's tempting. The one thing that does come to mind is he does have the RY, like Rho and Yen.
Yeah, that might be too good. That's right. You can just do airy there.
Yeah, airy. I don't really love keeping the UIT to your point, but like it's a lot of points.
You could play sorry there, SAURY, but
Mm,
the S is
yeah.
super important to hold on to early. We just got a representation of how much Josh values the S when he
Yeah.
passed up the 24 points last game to keep
Yeah.
that and or to keep the S and just exchange instead of taking the 24.
Yeah. I did ask him about that. Folks noticed I did go over to chat, and he did see Kufi's. He saw Kufi as well, but was like, he has to have an S after. Or he said specifically, an S is very far into his range after the opening play.
Yeah, Josh is one of our premium streamers. I find him extremely generous with his insights and strategic thinking.
Yeah.
Just really earnest about the quest to improve and sharing that with other people. I love discussing Scrabble strategy with him.
Do you ever consider, so this play, he could play Airy or Airy, AIRY or ARY. Would you ever consider keeping the I for the worst leave and one fewer point just because of all the hooks for AIRY? I know it's a bit of confirmation bias here, as it would be great for Kevin's rack to be able to hook the V. Do you ever consider the sacrifice there, or is this just all in on the Bing?
Definitely. I think the I is not substantially worse. I mean, the I and the U are that's a pretty nasty combination. But if you could play a U next turn, then you like IST.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think ARY is the way to go here. There are actually a lot of plays run by playing Airy AIRY there, like Fairy, Harry, Very.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's kind of an amusing set, actually, now that I say it out loud.
Yeah. And I mean, this isn't exactly like, I wanted to make sure it wasn't so much the confirmation bias, knowing that it's so good. Ooh.
Try again, Josh.
Huh.
The universe is saying this is your chance to play Koofies.
Yeah.
Next time. Are you going to play me?
And who knows, if he had played AIRY, maybe he picks up another R and has turf ski.
Oh my goodness.
Or maybe he draws the Q. Most likely he draws the Q, if we're being honest. Plays
Right.
quits for her court for 50. So whatever. Anyway, ARY did win a sim for those playing at home.
Yeah, good decision there.
Yeah. Ovum seems pretty reasonable. Kevin maybe heard that we were talking about him playing on the slower side and wanted to prove us wrong, kind of like Matthew O'Connor taking 97 minutes to play a game yesterday.
Well, it's the classic, as a relatively methodical player, it's the classic, you're aware that you're slow and therefore you try to catch up when you can. And sometimes that can actually get you in trouble and you rush a play that you should think more about. But Ovum looks super solid.
Yeah.
He played off his 4 worst letters and kept his 3 best letters. That's the basis for a successful turn.
Yeah, it's pretty funny here that Josh definitely has to consider where he's going to play Kufi this time, or if he wants to drop the S. I don't think he wants to drop the S.
Do it.
I do think we are going to see the F hook on Ganef, though.
Oh, cool. Is that he kicked us down. Oh man,
it's pretty funny that we know he's thinking about the words. So
maximal troll.
Yeah, I have to imagine this is the right play. Even keeping the IT to go with the S, it's not impossible that he actually could do the full underlap next turn with Ganef's KI and.
Yeah, this is really cool. It's hard to tell exactly where this is going to go, but it's clearly a lucrative thing to set up. He could even bingo underneath Kufi if he gets really lucky and get like 100-point bingo. This is looking really promising.
Chat wants to know how many times he played Nigel in a World Championship finals.
Yeah, twice. Although the one asterisk is that we've had, like many parts of the Scrabble scene, it has been a bit fragmented. So there was a time when there was the WESPA players, the WESPA championship, and then there was also a World Scrabble Championship.
Oh yeah.
So I played him once in the WESPA championship, once in the World Scrabble Championship.
Got it. Yeah.
Him being Nigel Richards, the undisputed greatest of the greats, greatest Scrabble player there will ever be. Not that that'll stop us from trying.
Yeah. So I have to imagine one of the most memorable finals for you against Nigel had to have been King's Cup.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was very cool. I got to play. So King's Cup is a legendary tournament in Thailand. Scrabble is hugely popular in Thailand, especially as a scholastic sport. There are
Yeah.
tens of thousands of Thai school children who play a range of word and number based games. Very prestigious, highly regarded. There's some adults, although fewer. And I got to play on stage at King's Cup with a live announcer announcing in Thai,
Yeah.
giant board. It's one of those really special experiences. Golair comes in. That is super interesting.
Yeah.
Wow, 25 points.
An interesting one. I mean,
Not valuing the bingo potential there, Rack, at all.
yeah, there's just
Interesting.
there's nowhere to bingo, I guess, is kind of the problem.
Yeah, I like the decision. I mean, he's
Yeah.
basically saying, look, these letters might be good in the abstract, but
Yeah.
even if I draw well, I mean, he needs an N for novum.
Yep.
Needs an S. Could really use a blank. I mean, we could always use a blank,
Always
but
like, yeah.
I think, I actually really like him deciding to blow things up and play long here. I don't know if that's Kevin's style, or I think that kind of is. I haven't seen Kevin fish a ton, so maybe that's just
He tends
actually a stylistic preference. But
he tends to fish when he's low on time.
I see.
Yeah, which is reasonable. You see an easier path forward, you just take it. Gullier, however you pronounce it, crushes the sim, by the way. So great.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
That's a great play. I mean, keeping a C, it does have some disaster potential. You could draw some pretty funky stuff here, flipping over 6 tiles, but you could also draw the blank or an S or draw
or Hickama.
Hickama.
Well, there's an AMA there. I don't know. Oh, well, he draws Munchen.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Someone could play JIP.
I'm just I'm neutral.
Yeah.
But he draws Munich. He's gonna be munching on some
Lunchmen. That's gonna be us in 30 minutes.
Oh, I can't wait. I think I'm having a burger for lunch today. Oh, yeah. You're both actually snacking a little bit during the break, so don't tell anyone.
It is Mardi Gras. There's a lot of king cake floating around. If you're not familiar with king cake, it is probably a survival ration legally due to the caloric density. It's pretty delightfully sinful. Good for a New Orleans visit.
Yeah, definitely. Josh, taking his time here, of course, has less time than Kevin. Since we mentioned this, we now are going to manifest it for everyone. I don't know. If you're Josh, you could just kind of go ahead and take the points here. Call cash the S with Gonifs. I don't really like opening that triple lane too much, but like, again, what can he even do?
Yeah, one of these markers of expertdom is when you have a setup or a hook, just knowing when to cash it in and when to let it roll a little longer.
Yeah.
And here it's just because of the paucity of alternatives. I think I would cash it in and go. I think Ritz, WRITS. I think it's funny when you see your opponent make a long play like that and go for the blanks. A lot of times I think, hey, I should probably do that too.
Yeah.
He could also do wits here and keep DIR, but kind of like we mentioned, I don't know how valuable the R actually is on this board. Like you really want to get an N or an S or one of the blanks. So I think Ritz and going fully blowing it up is the way to go. And sometimes you do get back some points. Ritz is kind of safe because you can't double the letter. If you play to the triple word score, you can't double the letter because the W is right on top of the double letter score. So I think Ritz is actually quite safe.
Mm-hmm. No, that makes sense. I could see going through Josh's head the risk of burning the S now is, again, just like last game, the potential S hook on Kufi makes the value of an S so high. And so maybe that's the kind of volatility he's trying to avoid. If your other option is a wit for 14, which it does look like he's played.
He lets it roll one more time. This is really cool. I like it because I think I personally would have done Ritz, but he basically just says, you know what? I'm going to block this other hook elsewhere on the board.
Yeah.
I'm just going to, it may even be a partially playing Kevin. This may be his thought of like, well, Kevin has formidable word knowledge, and I'm just
Yeah.
going to gum up the works and keep it tight while I can.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think Kevin is going to be too perturbed. He has a big scoring play that also opens some new bingo lanes, and
Yeah.
I sort of wonder if this is one step too far. But I like the creativity of wit.
Yeah. I think I'm probably taking points last turn as well for whatever that is or is not worth. Mostly for all the reasons you said, but
Yes, I mean, so now what do you do, right? So do you?
yeah.
I think you just burn an S and score, and then say, well, I can still hook koofies.
Yeah. Yeah, now for sure, because you're saving an S. You should be able to get some.
Yeah, but I don't think you'd love what this board has turned into in Josh's shoes, because now you have a lane on the second column of the board. You have the twit
Yeah.
hook,
Yeah.
and I think he was trying to turn this into a very tight setup where
Right.
he had all the key letters, and
Yeah.
he hasn't even drawn badly. It's just not how things have panned out.
One, of course, nice thing about so you play like DORS or DONS or whatever here is it does make the munchie hook a little less hectic. It's still hectic.
Right, Munchie takes the Y here.
Yeah.
Actually, a Y would be a formidable tile. The
Yeah.
KY is also
EKY,
there.
yeah. So I do expect Josh to play for the whatever 30-ish points.
Almost has dishorns through the
Oh,
H
yeah.
here, which would be it would take a little bit of squinting, but
Yeah.
if you could play through the H under the K, under the U, that would be, I think, approximately 750 points or so.
Yeah. Seems about right.
It's not there. If he had an A instead of an I, he would have Shorans and Ganefs, which would be really,
Ooh, yeah.
that'd be pretty nasty.
Yeah, Backswest points out last game maybe having an effect on Josh. Maybe he's overthinking things. I mean, I think it's.
I hope not.
I hope not, but like I see the perspective after you came like you were winning a game and it's just like kind of just got ripped out from under you and kind of questioning some of the things.
I told him he played great because
Yeah.
it's true.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's hard. It's really easy from our perspective with the analysis software to pronounce on what's best, and it's really hard in the hot, even with the experience that these guys have of being at the top and having that extra scrutiny. It's still really tough.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, speaking from personal experience, like kind of blowing my chances at a world championship once on stream, just like an otherwise perfect game, and I made which was one idiotic play that cost me pretty much everything. It's hard to come back from that. And Josh is, he's an emotional person. I think it's one of his strengths in many ways. So
Puts a lot of heart into the game for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like this play.
Yeah.
Keep the I instead of the O. That's interesting. The I and the R, I don't think of as great friends, but I guess OR is not really better. I think this was the right call though.
Yeah.
Took a while to get there, I gotta say. He's only got 13 minutes left and we're just a few moves into the game. So
Yeah.
it's definitely something to keep an eye on.
Yeah. I could see holding the O just because it goes next to wit versus the I doesn't, but that's pretty minor in the grand.
Minor,
scheme
but
of
that could be
things.
what he's thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Of course, he immediately draws an O. Oh my. Okay. Well, that's certainly a draw.
Yeah.
Certainly a vibe.
How that happened?
We're still plugged in.
Are we
yeah.
back?
I'm
I think-
guessing
we're
we're
back.
back now. Please confirm.
Did I kick something?
I don't
That's
think
probably
so.
what happened.
I don't know, but I'm sure it's back because it was literally just
Excellent. Okay.
the microphone input.
All right. What did I say? Basically, the 1 cent summary is Josh needs to play J, Z, and then bingo. And Kevin's rack, I didn't say that much about because he appears to have thrown it all back. It's thematic with playing Galere. It's basically saying, like, I'm not going through this junk. Let's reach for the bingo again.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what it was. What it was.
It was bad.
It was bad. Well,
He's just reaching into the towel bag again, trying to come up with a blank, and makes a ton of sense to me. I also did it fast again, so yeah. Hopefully, I wonder what happened there. I was saying very wise things while no one could hear me. By the way, just so you all know.
Yeah. He actually solved this game before it even happened.
That's right.
Yeah.
I know the remaining plays.
Yeah. Budak is telling you to stop breaking things.
Easier said than done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fozier comes down. So this is. If I were going to quibble, I think he would probably want to play off a bit fewer tiles. But could he have maybe done Zoe there? I guess it gives back too many points. I was thinking Zoe and Al, but it gives back so many free points.
Yeah, so many even.
So many. Paginate does not go down, crucially.
Yeah.
And through that eye. If the eye were one spot higher, we would be seeing Paginate.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I think, Fozier probably, with his options, the correct play, also kind of dodged a bullet, given Kevin's letters.
Yes.
And especially looking at Josh's letters now.
Yeah, the blanks are just stubbornly refusing to come out, which is pretty interesting. Kevin here, I mean, we've seen him play through racks, play through a lot of tiles. I think he can afford to be a little bit fishy here. Maybe just play Gap next to Wit.
Yeah, which will not quite block Re-Risen.
Yeah, that's right.
But
we can see Re-Risen is going to come down to the left of EME and making NUR as well.
But if you look at the tile pool, it's all 1-pointers. There's a B, C, P, Q, Y is it, and then there's three Ds and stuff.
Yeah, Josh is gonna bingo no matter what. He has resinier through the eye.
True. Yeah.
More resiny. That's
resonating.
That's how I've described things many a time in my life.
Absolutely.
This king cake was resinier than the other king cake.
Goodness.
Gap goes down 26 points. Kevin had a bit of a deficit here, I guess, from exchanging a couple times and Josh scoring steadily. I haven't really been thinking of Kevin as trailing by that much, but it is a bingo margin at this point. And of course, after Josh puts out his next bingo, he's going to be up about 100, but Kevin is going to have very good tiles and a pretty open board to bingo on and try to riposte.
Yeah, he really needs to draw a bingo here.
It's a great time for a good draw.
Yeah. Because effectively, Josh played Zhao and Fozier for a bingo spread out over 2 turns, and Kevin
had to exchange.
Yeah, and Kevin decided to draw AEO.
We cursed him.
So, well.
Oh no.
Yikes! I mean, in fairness, a lot of A's left, a lot of E's left. So it's
not surprising. Yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
Kevin with the insta eye rub after that. It's like wake me up from this.
Yeah.
From this drawing funk.
It's I don't know, like. At this stage in my life, like when I have games like this, I'm just like, I could be doing literally anything else with my weekend other than drawing AEO to AENT. Like, what have I done? I know, like, it's how the game works, but
sure. I mean, it's so funny. Painful. This is going to sound perverse, and I think I've talked about it when I've casted before. I actually like drawing bad because I love drawing bad and still winning. Like the feeling when your opponent is like, well, I kind of had everything and you still won.
Yeah.
Nothing's better than that.
Yeah. But I don't know how you do that with AEO.
No.
God, this is dreadful.
Yeah, I mean, you basically just play an AO and just kind of.
Yeah.
You could do Oat here, I guess. Oat and Team. You definitely. Well, if you can see Josh's rack, you don't want him to play QI for 68, but more generally, I don't think you want to leave that scoring spot. Scoring spots are your friend when you're ahead.
Right. Maybe a Noah or something. I don't know. There's not too many E's left. There's a lot of T's left. God, T's are so bad here. You look at the pool and he still has all the wrong letters. Like, oh, that's gross.
It's too bad. It's too bad NEME isn't a word.
Yeah.
That would help. He could just play Oat here, Oat and Team TEME.
Yeah,
I think that looks okay. 23 keeps AEEN. I think I would prefer Oat to slow the game down a little bit. Like with a tone, he's turned over so many tiles, but he's almost bringing the close of the game a little too fast and randomizing his rack a bit too much.
Yeah,
especially with the tile bag not being super great.
Yeah, like this is definitely a case where you want to slow the game down because every single play you make has the same outcomes. Like you're keeping a vowel heavy leave.
Yeah.
Into a not very pleasant tile pool. So if you can do that with 2 tiles, I'd rather do that with 2 tiles than 5 tiles or 3 tiles or whatever. So
yeah, exactly. That was a good time for Oat.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
To score, get rid of the AO and. Yep.
Yeah. So he's definitely punished for it. I mean, at this point, I think the game is pretty much over. Even if Josh didn't have QI, it was going to be.
Yeah, QI is.
Troubling, but
you kind of want to leave the QI there if you're Kevin, because if you draw the QI yourself on your 5-tile draw, then you can score 68. So I really can't fault him for playing a tone now that I look at it.
There's also something to be said, as Kevin has picked up blank here. There is something to be said for completely leaving the left side alone because you're down by enough that if Josh doesn't have a good
extreme
play,
volatility,
and just assume that Josh is going to play there no matter what, and maybe it's going to be a not very good play.
I know what you can do. You can play AE and AH and set up another triple word score at the bottom left, just to really make Josh's head explode.
Yeah. And you go for the old atone atop Fosier. Just go for the triple immediately.
Oh yeah. Oh man, we're getting somewhere. That's honestly not a bad play at all.
Yeah.
18 points, a tone in the triple. Yeah, shows how much it. Yeah, I actually think I like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess right. So I mean, the board isn't closed, but the bingo lanes that are there are also not especially threatening.
Yeah.
So that's actually a great case for a tone on that previous turn on the bottom right into space, because you just need some kind of big threatening.
Yeah.
Or you could even do like Evo at the top of the board, EVO for 6, or Avo, keeping a tone or a teen, AENT. What do you think of Avo? Or AVO with keeping the double E.
My only thought is you're essentially going to need a triple to catch up.
Yeah, so Avo is almost not big enough.
Yeah. So I kind of like a tone. A tone scores 18 and gives you a shot. The triple or the big huge play on the left side.
2 blanks unseen. Yeah, I dig it. You could even draw like a massive bingo overlapping on the left side or something. Yeah, sweet.
Yeah, and probably not going to come as a huge surprise. I know using Quackle as a proxy for win percentage, not so great, but that flavor of play, a tone, Eon, something over on the right side does seem to be enjoyed by a sim. I wouldn't read into a sim at all here, but in case people do like to do that.
Eon under Fosier is pretty cool too, actually. Yeah. Keep the T.
Yeah. But a tone winning a sim, so I think it makes sense. Hard to play in the moment, though, for sure.
Yeah, Kevin gets the bingo down. It's only going to be a 74-pointer. So it doesn't even have his deficit. Actually, he needs to draw spectacularly from here to have a chance.
Yeah.
They're going to look that one up. That's I believe that's Collins lexicon only. We did mention that Josh is a transfer. Actually, both of these players are
Both, yeah.
transferees from the North
Yeah.
American lexicon.
Yeah. I was thinking Bradis here because it takes a D as a verb,
Right.
and there's a lot of D's left.
Yeah, but if you could have Bidical and a +5,
That's
not
true.
bad
Yeah,
either.
yeah. If you think you're gonna get the +5, or maybe
I don't know.
Maybe
I don't think he was
Bidical,
expecting
maybe,
to get the +5.
maybe Bidical takes a D. No. The +5 is always enjoyed.
Yes.
The C also like kind of in a good spot in terms of keeping the board pretty open.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit difficult to block.
Yeah. I think Bradis actually accomplishes that even better, but
Mm-hmm.
but still, +5 points. Who's going to say no to 5 points?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, so Josh is I wonder if Josh is having any flashbacks to last game.
yeah, right.
He's like, well, surely I can't possibly lose this game, right? Right?
And what did Kevin pick up? He picked up an absolutely
Well, just what he needed to keep the game relevant. Yeah. Very nice.
yeah. I think Josh is still going to be safe at this one, but
Right, he's down so far. Yeah.
yeah, and Josh has good tiles, and the tile pool, even if you take out what Kevin has, is pretty good.
Yeah, good scoring tiles. Yeah. Especially there. It's funny that you can want different kinds of tiles at different points in the game. And yeah, again, when you're winning like this, you just want to score. You just want to get in a couple of good scoring plays, and then these medium point consonants are super helpful.
Yeah. And even just to play like Ready or something, Ready.
Ready is great here.
Yeah.
Blocks the E and the R for bingos, scores 26, plays 4
Yeah.
tiles.
Of course, we know that Kevin has the B, so he can play Ready and Bingo there, but like in any other, Deary is a better version of this anyway.
And he does Diodara one step
Diodara,
further.
yeah,
Diodara is
cool.
pretty cool. It's thematic. It's just get this game over with as fast as possible and maybe get me the last blank.
Yeah.
But mostly just get the game over with.
Yeah. The only fear with Diodara is not leaving a single vowel on your rack. I mean, he keeps the Y, so he'll probably be able to score.
Yeah, the Y is such an awesome letter to keep there because
Yeah.
it's just going to score. You're so often just going to have a 30-point play.
Yeah.
Diodara is super precise.
Yeah.
Just really clean. Only leaves 7 tiles in the bag. It's just a really I can't say enough how nice that was.
Which if you can't leave 6 or fewer tiles in the bag here, at least if you leave 7 in the bag, you have perfect knowledge of what Kevin's rack is after he, I presume.
Right. There's theoretically room for 2 more bingos, but
he'll be able to address pretty much any threat. There's not going to be 2 threats on this board. Honestly, I don't even know how there's going to be one threat on this board.
But just kind of imagine with I know we said the right play might be a tone, but think about the tone move. And imagine he just played 2 tiles on that turn.
Yeah.
And now imagine that there were 10 tiles left in the game versus 7. That's
right.
a huge difference, right?
Exactly.
That's kind of the benefit of slowing things down a little bit while you had the chance.
Yep, that's good. That's a good example of like why you consider doing that. Do you ever not bingo if you're Kevin here? I feel like you have to, right?
Just set up a triple instead.
Yeah.
If you can do it and score points, then why not? Bran, just play Bran for 27. The pool looks menacing.
Yeah, that's also so in many
you
ways.
You almost want a bingo now so you can draw the next bingo.
And hope that there's some, you could draw, I don't know, 5 tile overlap next to Diodara probably exists in the pool somewhere.
I dig subclans here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Opening the triple, and you just hope to bingo out on the right of Diodara and
I
just
bet
make Josh hate his life.
I bet you there is some rack of the 14 unseen tiles where Kevin wins 100% after subclans. Like some triple that also plays alongside Diodara. There has to be, like, the pool's so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. He's got a chance for sure.
Yeah.
It's, one of the reasons not to get too frustrated and hang your head is like you actually have a mathematical chance.
Yeah.
I think further into games than people realize.
Yeah.
But here was an interesting suggestion. BUT. I don't think it's going to be enough. Like even if you do bingo and you do a but, which is just a funny thing to say. But even if you do bingo and you hook but, you're just getting one big bingo. That's not enough to make up a 103-point deficit.
Yeah. Subnodal also noted is accomplishing a similar option.
Why don't I?
It's hard to see. It's through the D and Deodara, the second D and Deodara.
Oh, I see. And it even triples the beat. That's not horrible. But I actually think that lane to the right of Deodara that's the lane,
the one,
right?
yeah.
So I think it's subclans set up the top and then draw right of Deodara. That seems like that's how you steal this one, I think. Yeah, it's funny. Even in 2026, analyzing this stuff, I still don't think we have the perfect tools for the job because it's the sims are all optimized around point scoring, and is actually, I've thought about this a lot, and maybe this is the year I'll finally implement it. I think the key in a trailing in a game where someone has a lead, I think the key variable is bingo optionality. It's like literally just the number of possible bingos, or maybe even something about like the distribution of bingos in space. I want to have as many distinct lines as possible.
Yeah.
And my job when I'm leading is to kill as many spots as possible.
Yeah.
And that's actually more important on any given turn than just optimizing for points. Maybe this is the year I finally quantify this stuff.
Yeah. Maybe. We'd like it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you have like a trophy job that I can work on, like paid streamer or something, or VTuber.
Man, subnodal almost makes things really interesting.
With actual tiles the way they are?
Yeah, almost, not quite, but
what has to happen?
Well, the rack that he's gonna pick up is ADELLOT, so it's like it's
pretty good.
Yeah, almost, but not quite.
Allotted with 3 L's, right?
Yeah.
Nice.
Misspelling allotted is like a rite of passage.
A lotter.
Yeah.
ALLOTER. We've done.
Totaler.
They all been there. Let's be real. Subclan's really nice. I mean, Kevin is elite bingo finding.
Yeah.
Breadth and blank bingo capacity, and this is a really nice find. Definitely gives him a chance.
Yeah.
Good on him for buckling down and finding his best option here.
Yeah. So Josh is probably going to be annoyed for a sec and then realize that he's, still good to win.
Did you see the Neumann? I didn't know. I didn't catch any. I think he knows he's in good shape here. I hope he knows he's in good shape.
Yeah.
Just don't hang a T. I mean, if what could he do that would hang a T? If he plays Sprit through the R, the blank S and the R, for 24 points, then he's going to give a lot up, and then he's going to lose. Please don't do that.
I think he's at that moment where he's like, oh, crud, like, I know there's 2 lanes open immediately. I need to track. And then as soon as he tracks, he's like, okay, I'm fine.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that moment when you're just like, oh, no, what it could be. Oh, he played some of the bad tiles.
Check subclans just to be sure. I mean, there's no reason not to. He's not at risk of getting outrun for points. So nice.
Yeah.
Huge fan of challenging.
Yeah.
In case, pretty much a guarantee I'm gonna rant about that once per stream. Just usually not. Okay, sometimes you challenge and you immediately lose. That time, that's when you shouldn't challenge. Most of the time, you should just challenge.
No, you really were the person who convinced me to challenge more often in 5-point
cool.
challenge. I was very much like, oh, but it's 5
But
points.
it's 5 points.
And then eventually just realized, what percentage of games do I lose or win by fewer than 5 points? And I'm
Right.
like, okay, right. It's really not that many, and I probably challenge more phonies off.
Right. Scrabble's hard, man.
Yeah.
People play fake words all the time.
Yeah.
Like totally unintentionally.
Yeah.
Even the best players, except for Nigel Richards, of
Yeah.
course.
Yeah.
Josh.
And before someone says here nuts. Someone's
Yeah,
gonna say it, or
yeah, right. That
Molly.
was-
Someone's going to say Molly at
That
some
happened
point.
in the world Nigel Richards phonied in the world championship
This is
final.
good. Pissy is good in Scrabble these days. I'm a little worried. I'm sure it probably is, but what if it's not? It should be, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Surely, no. Right?
It
Because that would be
it is valid. It is.
that would be a
valid.
truly
Yeah.
Hindenburg-esque
Yeah.
means of losing
you
a
just
game.
wonder for like half a second, like, well, what if he did? I think he would still win, but that would suck.
Would he still win?
I think
If
so.
he passes, does he
If
win?
he passes, let's see. Yes, he can still
he can
safely
pass and
he can
win.
still safely pass and still
That's
win.
okay. That's pretty cool.
So Josh, if
That's
you're,
always
if you're
security
listening,
right there.
consider passing for the memes.
No, man. We're never gonna top. We're never gonna top
Yeah.
Drew hitting the
Yeah.
board.
And by the way, I did go in when I was talking with him because what I wanted to check was, did he actually go over on time? And the answer is no. He hit the clock with 1 second left, and I guess it didn't register.
record.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
So they did agree that he did not go over on time.
Yeah. Good sportsmanship
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
My opponent's trying to hit the clock. They're pretty finicky, especially the clock we use for this is actually a tablet.
Yeah. My favorite one of these was I was playing Rafi Stern, and he was like, I had the game won. It didn't matter. He went to he was about to go over on time, and he went to designate the blank, but he reached over, his pen went flying out of his hand, and he yeeted it he's like, no, and I'm like, dude, I just stopped the clock. I'm like, dude, you're fine. Like, you clearly, your intent was there.
Man, I wish people did that more often. 'Cause
Yeah.
I probably complained about this one on stream, but the time that I knocked the tile bag over and I was ruled to overdraw by 8 tiles, and
I remember that.
my
Yeah.
opponent got to specify my entire rack.
Yeah.
He's not a bad dude. I understand why he did it, but it's like, just give me the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. I had one, actually, it was in New Orleans, where all I had to do was designate my blank and make my outplay and finish. And this was when we were just using the paper slips, and I go to get my pencil lead, and I have run out of lead in my pencil.
Oh man,
And my clock is 10, 9, 8. I finally just stabbed the blank slip, and I went out with 1 second on my clock, and if I go over, I lose.
Well, you marked it for sure.
Marked
Yeah.
it. My opponent looked at me and was kind of just like, I wouldn't hold that against you, right? I'm like,
At
well,
least you didn't have to shed blood or something.
Yeah.
Never mind. That's
Yeah.
getting out of hand.
Yeah. But it was an opponent I didn't really know, and you never know.
Yeah.
I would never.
The rules are there because
Yeah.
people in the abstract, there's just too many ways to profit if you don't do stuff
Right.
by the book. But at the end of the day, it's such a community where all the top players know each other. I mean, we've basically just all grown up together to
Yeah.
some extent. You
Yeah.
know, so
Big
it's
extent,
nice
yeah.
to see. That's how you get Ju on the board, is just good humor and spirit, and
Yeah.
not taking individual losses or victories too seriously.
Yeah. Kevin's got dealt down here.
Yeah, looks good. All right, make a legal play, or don't.
Yeah.
Actually,
Dealt, in fact, the correct endgame play. Pissy left a few points on the board, but dealt was correct.
and well done. Yep. Well, here's a game where Kevin Fraley drew both blanks and bingoed twice, and then promptly lost.
Yeah. And did end up with fewer minutes on his clock than Josh.
Yeah, so
who is down
after-
to 12 minutes after 5 turns.
Right after everything we said.
Yeah, let's.
But yeah, it was a pretty cool, especially at the beginning of this game. That QI bomb just kind of
Yeah,
demolished everything. But
Yeah.
it was a pretty. There was no guarantee that was going to happen. That wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't like Kevin made
Yeah.
some kind of an oversight there. I think even leaving that as a chance for himself is very
Yeah.
reasonable.
It felt like this move just gave me the game.
Hear what they have to say.
Not that you could have known. Yeah. That was expected. Some overlap. Some fuller overlap. What'd you keep? What'd you keep? Probably. Yeah, you're probably supposed to just cover more ground. I don't know. Maybe that's hindsight. You're always supposed to blow your lead a bit. Just,
That's obviously the worst case scenario.
yeah, of course. Yeah, well,
Yeah, all this was too little too late. And then, of course, I don't know. I mean, obviously, one of the better tiles to draw out of the bag at the end would be a person.
yeah. So this kept a Y. I felt pretty secure at that point because if you play, there's 7 in the bag. So if you bingo, then I know what you have and it should be fine. And if you bingo, it's going to be somewhere that clogs everything up.
Yeah, I mean,
If,
I really couldn't find something that allowed, even if I found something that, because bag, there's 7 in the bag. So
Yeah, if you have something that threatens a
if
bingo,
I play something that
yeah,
leaves a line,
and possibly, yeah, there's possibly some bingo that threatens a bingo in 2 spots.
yeah,
But yeah, it felt really, really secure keeping the Y because if you play you can play up to 5 here, and then I can always play here and set myself up and outscore you probably, and leave 1 in the bag. So that was my idea.
I didn't think that there was anything I could do as far as like not bingoing and then somehow getting enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe you're supposed to try, but I think you probably made the right
I
choice.
don't know that usually.
Yeah.
Usually it ends up that you end up not being.
Right, exactly. And yeah, so long term, you need the spread.
Should we formally sign off?
It might just be a flag.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Wow, and hey, you finally get to see your wonderful streamers on camera now. I'm Jesse. This is Connor. Oh wait, sorry. Well, that's happened before. Someone called me Cesar yesterday. I'll protect their. I can see them right now, but I'll protect their identity. Anyway. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Anyway, this was a fun morning. Thank you all for sticking around. We're going to be back for 4 more games in the afternoon. To the best of my knowledge, it's going to be the wow lexicon, as far as I know. So see you back in a little bit. I think they'll have the return time. And we look forward to seeing you before long.
Oh no, I'm here.
Yeah.
I was eating king cake.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie.
Jesse's here. Jesse's out. We'll see you in a little bit here from New Orleans.
Oh man, I'm such a noob. Okay, yeah. See y'all after lunch. Peace.